Buddy, thanks for being here on this awesome Space Whale Monday. We're here for release day of Nova Drift. It's officially happening after almost a 10-year dev cycle. 1.0 is here. Let me get caught up, everybody here in chat. Your wonderful support, then we'll get started. I've reset my save for today, so we have nothing unlocked in terms of difficulty modifiers. We'll have some pretty cool runs. My goal kind of for today is do some just some fun, easy builds for people just getting into the game. Maybe if you're starting your own journey with Nova Drift now for 1.0. So going to give you some build ideas that are effective and pretty easy to build up is the plan. I'm going to cut everybody here in chat, and then we'll hop into our very first run of Nova Drift 1.0 official. Hey there, Amoeba Doom. What's up, Darth Veratu, Beargo? Good to see you. Night Shift Coffee, A-Boss, Qualt, Spike 52, Opnul, French Fry Apocalypse. What's up, Athros, Inalauda, and all the other cool early people. Before I get kicked in here, Spike 52, thank you so much for 101 months. Night Shift Coffee 44, Beargo, thanks for 112, and Amoeba of Doom, thanks for 61 months. Oh, it's happening right now. I don't remember anything about the unlock cycle in Nova Drift. I only did this at the very start, so should be interesting. We have no modifiers, so no score bonus, experience bonus. So we'll just put together a run, get some unlocks, and we'll go from there. I don't even think you get super mods to start. You do. Super mods are currently locked. It's going to be a very good base run. All right, here we go. Nova Drift 1.0 is starting right now. How exciting. Hey there, Dealer Tanos. Mag the Lion, awesome to see you, man. Strawberry Bandit, what's up, Captain Trips? We got 3 weapons here. I'm going to a Pulse. I think Pulse is a good starting weapon. Pulse has some good defensive values too. It does a lot of AoE and it can destroy missile projectiles. Its low range is definitely a detriment, but not too bad. Halo, Warp, Shockwave. Let's go for Halo here. I guess for me on these opening runs, since we unlock stuff with pretty much every run here, I want to go for kind of high offense. I don't need to build a super stable defensive build on this run or anything. Let's get some points. Feels a little weird because we're starting on earlier waves. It's going to be a lot more chill in these opening runs, and especially in the opening waves because we usually start on wave 15, Annihilation mode. I think Engineer's a great candidate here. Oh, also, since we're on the very first run, there's actually an official ending to the game now after wave 120, so I guess that's our current target. Drones. Engineer drones is certainly a combo we want. Actually, a track I haven't heard in forever, or at least not long of. All right, so no drift, we get a boss at wave 20, wave 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, so on and so forth. The later waves are a little bit different, but there's a set boss for the first 120 waves starting at wave 20, and every 20 subsequent levels after that. Just gonna grab mines here. Mines will provide us a lot of incidental screen damage. Yo-ho, Dave Quad Zero, thank you so much for 54 months, excuse me. Captain Triss was 38. Thanks for that half century, Dave. Appreciate you. I'm gonna grab assault drones here, just so they do more damage. And we get more of them. Yeah, nice walking Wolf. Thanks for 34 months. Enjoy your Nova Drift today. Got the old double music there, we slammed them so fast. Okay, well, I'm gonna grab Grace Protocol, because this can improve our drone's damage. I do want to take a few defensive picks here, too. A problem that I had when I first started playing Nova Drifts went like for all of the offensive mods, which is very easy to do, because they all look so nice, and they offer so many stats, but grabbing some defensive value is also pretty important. Well, we'll grab this for now, because Advanced Engineering lets the drones scale damage based on our level. That'll work for the rest of this run. Gonna be a good day today, you can just tell. There's some like construction style stuff going on in about 5 hours, so I'm hoping the noise on that won't be so bad. I guess we'll see in 5 hours from now. Subsumption. So we don't really need to get much for pulse here, but I am going to grab blast radius. That's 10% increase in the size of our explosion. Pulse has a double explosion. You'll see there's an inner and an outer ring. The inner ring does a lot more damage. Worth noting that blast radius also affects our mine explosion radius, so we get better screen coverage overall. I'm gonna grab some improved thrusters here for movement. Yes, we are on a fresh save, that's correct. Okay, we're going to take high explosives, same reason we took blast radius, get 20% more explosion radius on the pulse and our mines. Pretty smooth run so far. I like it. Oh yeah, we're not at Annihilation, so I can just get in here. That's nice. That's nice. Annihilation has a bunch of ads and guardians and stuff that make this fight much harder. I'm gonna take hull strength here. Yeah, engineer drones is a very cozy run, or a cozy start if you're picking up Nova Drift for the first time or starting a new save yourself. I think NG drones is great. Gotta be one of the better builds that's available just in the base of it. Mods that are there. We don't even have super mods unlocked at this point. Whoa, those drones sniped, and that was awesome. All right, take Fleet Commander here. It's going to upgrade 2 of our drones, give us more construct limits, and apply vulnerability on hit. But really, it's just about the damage the drones are doing right now for me. No sources of burning damage or anything, so I'm not going to take too much access of the vulnerability. Yeah, I do think Discharge Hidden Power is another good beginner build, and will probably be one of the ones we do today. One of my goals today for the release stream, I have like 620 hours or something in Nova Drift, was to do some runs that I think are more beginner friendly. This game has a lot of build choices and build ideas that you can make, so having some good solid ideas in your pocket is definitely helpful. I'm going to add in... I'm gonna go Magnitude. I was hoping for some defensive pick, but we're here. always a dangerous wave. Railguns do a lot of damage. Alright, let's go for regeneration. So if we lose our shield, we at least have something that can repair our hull. That'd be nice. Honestly, rapid reconstruction is kind of tempting. Have we taken any shield mods yet? We have not. Let's just drop our shields here to get rapid reconstruction. So we'll have no shield, but highly increased regeneration and a much higher amount of hull. Overall, kind of a net loss in stats, but much more sustainable. Okay, rupture. Let's go Deadly Wake here. We have a flaming trail behind us for 300 damage a second. Pretty good. Man, just surreal to be here in this moment. 1.0 release. So good. Oh, yeah. Boom, get roasted. Whoa, did I just changed my drone formation? Hold on, what is my drone formation setting on? G is toggle drone formation? Really? Okay. Now I know. Okay, let's go blink here. So now we can teleport to the white reticle every 2 seconds. Really nice defensive mod. Okay, I'm gonna grab, I guess, payload. Right now we're doing assault drone pulse on engineer. I also opted to drop our shield on this one. Charge shot's definitely good. Let's grab absorption here. Absorption gives plating, which is flat damage reduction for every single hit. So anytime we take damage, since we only have hull, it's being reduced at least by a number. Big bada boom. What we got here? Yeah. I think out of these choices, I'm going to take Adrenal Module. That way, if we take damage, we gain damage. Seems fair, because taking damage in Nova Drift is, it's a given. Gonna happen. Snipe him. Woo! The drone's got damage right now. Alright, I'm gonna go Juggernaut here. This is maybe bad because of the minus 25% thrust, but we only have to get through wave 120 to get the ending, which would be, I guess, our first goal on a new save. And being tankier means our regeneration is higher because regeneration goes off your base amount of hull. So we're getting 9.7 hull regeneration a second. That's huge. Warbringer is maybe not the nemesis of this build, but my build's not very good at it. We'll get there. So on Warbringer, you see it's made up of segments. That tiny little segment in the middle is the kill condition. You can also kill it by destroying all other segments, but generally try to go in this way because it's faster. Alright, let's take Force Armor here, 10% hold damage resistant. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Okay. Do a couple of rerolls here, see what we get. So the mod pool is definitely gated here. Not seeing like the armor or a couple others. I guess self-damage isn't really introduced yet, other than the Halo shield. Rate of fire is fine. Charge shot's fine. Let's take Minefield here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go manual deploy mines. I like doing this once I get Minefield on Engineer, because I can stock up, I think it's like a bunch of mines, and then I can manually release them on larger enemies, like bosses. Eight mines. This mod Minefield says it gets increased mine effect for each chain reaction. So by the time the 8th mine goes off here, we're getting 32% mine effect, which is awesome. So only 30 waves from Star Eater. Feels nice. Drones have made this a very smooth ride so far. The charge shot looks really tempting on Pulse here, but I actually don't want the interruption. Ooh, Seraph. Okay, then. Seraph's phase is pretty straightforward, but they do a lot of damage. Railgun is dangerous. Got him. Haven't used mines yet. Maybe I'll... Should I load them? No, let's go burst fire here. The old triple pulse. Bring it on, you oversized turkey. You didn't hit my mines. Why not, man? Alright, I'm gonna go velocity here. I'd say our mod choices at this point, inconsequential. Yoho Freeze 914. Thanks so much for 126 months. Much appreciation. Not die about it now. Gonna let my drones do their thing. Velocity for pulse makes the projectiles that fire out with the pulse travel much further. So it effectively extends the reach of the pulse. Yeah, let's go ahead and load our mines. Now we get pulse mines, which are pretty strong. Be nice on the boss anyways. Alright, we phase 2'd them. Alright then. Looking good so far. Oh, it might be okay to get him here in the coil phase. Possible. Big bada boom. Got him. Oh, it's an awesome scene. Well, pretty great first run. 100,000 score with no score modifiers whatsoever. Feels good because it is good. Challenge mode unlocked endless. After the final battle, the game continues and you're destroyed. Enable a game loadout. These increase difficulty and rewards. That's us. New mod tree unlocked. Unlock turret. Lets you assemble and deploy a rapid-fire machine turret. This mod appears at random in the mod pool. Enemy cargo trains unlocked. Enemy cargo trains now appear along your journey. Cargo trains can be destroyed to release cargo crates. Cargo crates contain various valuable orbs. Let's go. Hyper boost power up. Okay. The rainbow effect, the RGB. Medi-charge power up. Medi-charge can drop from cargo trains. Cool. Armor fragments. Body gear unlock. Firefly, one of my favorites. New challenge mode unlock. Danger zone. Waves advance faster. Enemies enter the fray more frequently. Extra rerolls. Nice. Okay, new mod tree. We got the self-damage resist mod tree now. Amp shield. Kinetic boost. That's damage for movement speed and some other stuff. Okay, another challenge mode. Awesome. More rerolls. Hull breaker. Allies. It's a good first set. Honestly, they're kind of telling us to go zoo, I think. We just unlock turrets and allies. Seems like another good NG opportunity. Okay, so we're going to lock up danger zone here in enemy territory and get score bonus and experience bonus. We're going to put on endless mode. We're going to have ourselves a cool run. That was a really cool ending scene. I enjoyed that. I'm just going to go Pulse Firefly here. We can get back doing some NG Zoo stuff later. NG Zoo will always be a pretty consistent build. So you don't have to do as much work getting close to the enemies. Pulse will teach you a lot more about playing the game. Amp Shield's good if we're relying wholly on our weapons. Let's take Halo Shield again. I'm going to reroll here and get Firefly. The ship we just unlocked. Blazing thrusters burn targets for 1,000 damage a second. Modifiers to thrust also affect thruster size. 50% self-damage resistance. 15% hull crash damage resistance. The thing I appreciate most about Firefly is 140 starting thrust. All the other ships we currently have available are at the 100 mark or below. I'm going to take mines here. There's good incidental damage. We're going to go back to auto-deploying them. Firefly's burning thrusters are very serious damage in the early game. Wondering what kind of score we can put up here with these reduced modifiers. We also have reduced enemy scaling, like we're not playing on Annihilation, so I'd be able to take this one semi-far. Guess we'll find out together. Yeah, it's just something to think about, Balthazar. Pretty much only did auto-deploy for a very long time, then I started working in manual deploy, and then it just started making more sense in certain situations. It is perfectly viable just to leave auto-deploy on everything. Alright, let's pump up the jams here. Okay, let's tank up here a little bit. We're going to go pretty tanky on this run. We're going to grab a lot of shield stuff. Might even grab discharge on this run. That would play into the self-damage resist that we just unlocked and the base on the ship. That's a good idea. Halo Shield does have a few sustainability issues because it deals damage to itself to deal damage to enemies in the proximity. Still a nice shield, though. Alright, let's grab Magnitude. I'm gonna go Kinetic Boost. Global damage increases as your speed does, so if we burn somebody with the thrusters while going by them really fast, we'll actually do more damage now. 25% more. That's cool. A little sip of coffee for me here. Nice early morning Nova Drift. Love it. Alright, let's take Adaptive Armor here. Now, when we take damage, we get a brief duration of damage resistance. Can also proc on self-damage. Alright, we're going to shred this boss right now. Like, not only is Pulse pretty good here, but the thrusters really shred this guy. Oh, that was close. Shield cooldown, let's go. Okay, armor stacks improve total regeneration, or armor stacks improve total shield effect power. I might actually go for the rebuke side of this tree this time, which is going to be more damage output. Let's grab improved thrusters. I'm going to grab shield durability. I'm going to go absorption. Yeah, not sure how good this build's going to do on Star Eater. Guess we'll find out. Okay, we're going to go volatile shields here. When your shield breaks, discharges violently, devastating nearby targets for 1,000 blast damage. Alright, here's discharge. So now when we fire, we shoot off lightning. That's nice. Downside is it deals self-damage to our shields. I think Omni Shields Regenerative Shields is probably the cleanest defense I can create with a limited mod pool. Alright, let's go barrier. I'm going to take regeneration here too. So we're working towards a minimal offense or minimal defense, which would be Omni Shields, regenerative shields. Give us a giant shield so we can keep discharging and some shield damage resistance. And also let our shields regenerate, which would be nice. Wave 60. But we don't have Dweller yet unlocked. Oh, get one cycled, bud. Alright, here's Omni Shield plus 55 base shields, 15% shield damage resistance, 15% shield effect power. While your shield is on cooldown, it has greater resistance to cooldown delays from taking damage. Okay. Okay, here's regenerative shields. The amount we regenerate shield is based on how many shields that we have. 4.53 a second right now isn't like a ton, but it's enough to offset the discharge damage pretty nicely. Be careful on the bosses. I definitely enjoy it more. I can say for my channel specifically, I only play games I really enjoy and recommend. That's my promise to you. All right. Kind of want to go... Just go rapid fire. Minefield's okay. What's going to happen towards the end of this run, we're going to run out of functional mods that we want, so we'll be taking most stuff. Don't even have, like, Candescence in the pool yet, which would be a pretty large upgrade for this build. We'll work with what we got. I haven't seen Rebuke yet. Let's take Force Armor. Thinking about it, Force Armor is actually not doing much for this build right now. That's alright. Let's go ahead and take Payload. Cool little note about Discharge is it's based on your weapon's fire rate, so reducing the weapon's fire rate via Payload actually makes the lightning travel a further distance. Could see charge shot happening on this one. Let's grab reflexive shields. This will also make us fire a lance out in the direction we're facing each time we discharge. And deal return damage to enemies when they hit us. Let's go streamline here. This gives a reduction in hull, but a much higher movement speed. Since we're mostly shield anyways, not a big downside on that. Here's a rebuke, finally. Armor stacks, launch at enemies when you fire, deal blast damage on impact, and apply 2.5% vulnerability, which will increase our burn damage. Will happen when we press discharge. And we're always going to get at least one, because we're self-damaging ourselves with the discharge as well. As good of a time as any to take Blink. You notice our Blink reticle is much further away than the previous run. It goes off of your base thrust, which is a lot right now. Ow. I'm going to take a moment here and let my shield cooldown come back online. Alright, I'm going to go charge shot now. And we're going to go toggle auto firing. So now with that on, when I press the button, we start charging. When I release the button, the shockwave goes off. Not much help for discharge, but it's useful in some situations. Might actually load the mines here. And with no charge mine, there's no passing that on. Interesting. That was fun. Okay, core shielding greatly reduces the amount of self-damage we deal, which is very nice, because we're dealing self-damage on every single iteration of our pulse. Yikes. Am I dead? Ooh, look how nearly almost dead I am. Triple shot's very dangerous here. I'm going to hold off on that. Let's grab Deadly Wake. A triple shot looks like it's going to be good, but then we get 3 times the discharge damage, and we have less control over it, too. Look at all that loot. The nice thing about triple shot is we get 3 times the charge value, essentially. All right, I'm gonna load my mines. Still gonna auto deploy them, but they'll be there. Oh, yeah. All right, it's going to be a long fight. We're going to execute very well as too. Okay, this is going faster than I was expecting. Trying to set up Deadly Wake here, more or less. Yehojabu, thanks for 62 months. Thank you, dude. Should get some decent damage in this phase. You know, I haven't done very much charge shot pulse. It's actually, like, really nice. Whoa. He's a bad mamma jamma. It's a nice way to utilize Deadly Wake here. Oh no. Ooh, almost got stuck inside the body there. That's bad. Got him. What's next? Take Aegis. So we'll see them again on wave 240 if we survive that long. It's kind of unlikely. We're missing some of the key synergy pieces. If we were going for like a speed route, we'd probably go for just taking a loss right now and grabbing the unlocks. I'm going to take this one as far as I can. I've heard it runs great on Steam Deck, Carnosaur. What I've heard. Let's go ahead and grab Rupture here. Rupture does percentage-based damage to enemies when other enemies die. The larger the enemy, the larger the shockwave too. So on like a multi-boss wave, which is not something we've experienced yet on the save reset, that would be a huge amount of damage on the remaining boss when one dies. Wonder how many unlocks we get this run. I'm gonna say like 15 to 20 unlocks on this run, minimum. Listen here, you oversized turkey. Ooh, nasty wave here. But these enemies are dangerous because they have a reflective shield just like we do. While this shield surrounds them, they do return damage. Quite scary. This wave's definitely a run-ender. Yeah, let's go ahead and add shield effect radius, sure. You can see without score modifiers, it is much tougher to put up scores that are very high. Impossible, really. You've got to have multiplier to make that happen. I think an exceptional second run would make maybe 1 million. Maybe. Okay, well, radiant shields us slow down our cooldown. I don't really want that. We'll take velocity here, I guess. Mod pool is becoming very diminished at this point. Stealth salvo is kind of a classic Strawberry Bandit. There's a lot of good stealth builds, though. One you gotta really carefully plan around. Or you can just play it like a normal ship, too. Bloop. Lucky to be shielded there, man. That's all I'm saying. Alright, I mean, I think I'm just going to go ahead and add in drones here. Why not? It's something to spend our levels on.
Yeah, that's the ticket, Corello. It happens the moment salvo fires. So you get a really nice bonus to the salvo damage. Yeah, all right. We'll go defense drones here. Let's not stand in there. Oh man, Rebuke was doing so much work on that. Yo, Ferret Bomb, how you doing, dude? Thank you so much for that raid. Hope you had an awesome stream this morning. Appreciate you and everything you do, man. Gonna be a great day, you can just tell. Okay, here we go. We're going to counter pulse. Your drones gain a secondary attack counter pulse that deals 100 blast damage in an area around them and can fire every 3 seconds. Counter pulse charges up its blast radius and damage while not firing with diminishing returns. Additionally, when your drones take a hit, counter pulse is triggered. Triggered counter pulses ignore cooldown. Yes, indeed it is, Ferret Bomb. What a game. So glad this game's finally 1.0. Been playing Nova Drift for 3.5, 4 years now, and it's been a really amazing cycle. The game was super complete when I first started playing 4 years ago, and the dev just kept making it even better. What a product. What a game. Yeah, the main change is the in-boss in the in full mode, which does allow you to stop after wave 120. So a big round of balance changes too in this update. Kind of tempted Celestial Lance here. Let's just throw a turret down. Kind of out of functional mods to take here at level 39 with the limited pool. Take anything that gives us damage, I guess. Damn. Let's not stand right there and die. Yo, what's good, Calendar Man? Thanks for being here for Space Whale Monday, dude. Hell yeah. You guys know that we found the Space Whale in our last stream, and I literally thought it was just a meme when we found it. It's not. Space whale is real. It exists. Okay, we destroyed 2 of the orbs on the ship. That's definitely good. The attacks on the ship come from the orbs for the most part, so once you remove those, the threat is greatly diminished. Big bada boom. I'm going to take Arc Barrier. Drones will attack you from enemy blast or burn damage between you and the attack. Could save our life later, or not. Whoa, Dweller's here. Okay, so Dweller was in the pool. We just didn't see him yet. Gotta get this Juggernaut out of here. We're gonna die. I might be dying anyways. Good. Whoa, what destroyed all the crabs right there? What happened? Noise. Yo, 550 on the score right now. Really not bad for this extremely minimal mod pool. Yeah, Juggernaut's definitely our nemesis enemy right now, no doubt about it. Ooh, scary wave right here. Wow. Okay, we're alive. These are all like okay. I got 32 rerolls. Let's use a few here. Let's go ahead and do a reconstitution. Hey, we will. Great Rain. Thank you. Yeah, definitely could have been Rupture Corello. Not sure, though. Probably a mine, actually, is what cleared that out on the edge of the screen. Just based on the shape it was. The little turret that could. Get him, man. Get him. Ooh, a spicy boy hecky land. The wait. Seems like the spawner waves are going to be the big problem for us. Let's go ahead and take War Machine. Sounds good. Gives the turret missiles per level and some other stat bonuses as well. Run's getting pretty spicy right now. Definitely having to start work for it on these waves. This run's definitely had some difficult moments, but I can feel the things like lack of super mods starting to come into play now. Guessing we're going to have super mods unlocked after this run, though. It's likely. Oh no, they're shielded right now? This is so scary right now. Uh-oh. Okay, not dead yet. Not dead yet, doesn't even count. Alright, recovery. I'd be surprised if we don't die to Star Eater here, but I'm capable of defeating it with this build. Okay, damage here was better than I expected. Gonna save my charge shot here for a better coil moment. That'll do it. Sketchy is as sketchy does. Here we go. Oh, he's sizzling mad. Got him. All right, second Star Eater down. We'll see Star Eater get until wave 480, which on this second opening run, unlikely, but I suppose is possible. Would you look at all that loot? Say the turret has less than 50% uptime right now is what it feels like. Boom, get roasted. Uh-oh. Spaghettis. This is a very serious wave here. Excuse me. Got a lot of this double station wave. It's a tough one. Well, let's take Grace Protocol. I mean, some more drone damage at the end of that wouldn't be terrible. Ride the wave. Ooh, boss we have not faced yet. All right. Oh man, that was awesome. Thank you so much, universe. Nice. What a beautiful run to kick off our 1.0 here. I'd say this is the first official run, because the last run was all about just getting that ending cutscene, which was beautiful, by the way. All right, I think here if we break a million score, I'm going to kind of just take the loss here. And we'll see what unlocks we get to work with in the next run. This run is certainly passable. One of my goals today was to do some builds for newer players who don't have all the mod pool unlocked. If I completely skip past all of the reward screens, it's going to be tough to do. Look at all these unlocks. Love it. Ooh, Thermal Lance. I wouldn't say Thermal Lance is beginner friendly, but it's fun. It just keeps going. Okay, so we got Thermal Lance, Challenge Mode Elite Enemy, nice. Extra rerolls, new mod tree unlocked, Stabilization. Nice, I love that mod tree. Wild Metamorphosis, okay, we got wild mods in the pool, that's also very huge. Got Carrier unlocked, sweet. More Challenge Mode. Okay, Skirmish, that's the Essence Sap tree. Bastion Shield, Candescence, that's the fire damage tree. Nice. Alright, Blade, Elegant Construction. I think we got most of the stuff now. Orbital Shield. We got Mayhem mode, so I think we have all of the difficulty modifiers now. Nice. More gear choices at the start. Swords? Yeah. All right, very cool. All right, after that pretty awesome run, it's going to take a very short break here. It's going to stand up, use the restroom, grab some water, etc. And then we will head into our first Mayhem run. Not sure what build we're going to do. I'm thinking Carrier Zoo is sounding pretty desirable right now. We'll give that a go. I think that's a pretty fun and pretty easy to pull off build as well. Okay, be back in just a minute for some more Nova Drift 1.0 action.
Alrighty, we have returned. Awesome possum. Let's head in here. So we're now getting 200% score bonus and 30% experience bonus. So our scores can get into the multi-millions now if we have a good run. Annihilation's the only one left, and I'm guessing that's probably one of the last unlocks you get because it's extremely optional, extremely challenging difficulty modifier. Here we go. Wow, what a brutal opening wave. All right, let's go Carrier Zoo Flak. I'm going to turn off auto fire on Flak. Flak is an amazing starting weapon. Highly recommend when you unlock it if you see it to try it, because it has a super good base damage. You don't really need to invest much into weapons to make it work, so you can focus on defense and other stuff. Okay, let's go Reflect Shield here. Carrier gets bonuses to percentage of shield, and also the swarm constructs it creates can heal the shield, so having a high shield value is a very nice defensive value. Alright, Body Carry, you automatically assemble and deploy swarm constructs, which apply vulnerability to targets. While the damage shield protects you, a portion of your swarm constructs are assigned to recover your shields. That's us. While your shield is down or you have no shields, swarm constructs gain increased movement speed and rate of fire. Plus 15% maximum shields, plus 250% crash damage to targets, resist knockback. It is worth noting that 250% crash damage is a lot of crash damage. Take drones here. I think Carrier is one of the best defensive ships. It's definitely a good candidate if you have just unlocked it to get some runs in. It's a very fun ship to play with too as you unlock more and more mods. Plays well with a lot of super mods and has just a lot of nice stuff. The only real downside to Carrier is the slower starting speed, which isn't that big of a deal. It's a big deal later, but not early. Let's take improved thrusters here. Wow, the very first wild mod we get here is the Orbs of Discord. Let's go. It's going to give us orbs that lash out and deal damage. Then we get additional for taking wild mods, which is not unlikely here. Assault drones versus defense drone. I think for this run, I'll actually take defense drones. The defense drones counterpulse and their ability to eat fire and blast damage is also really nice later on. I don't know if I'm going to go full zoo here the more I look at this. Let's build into some actual flak damage, do more standardized run. The end of volley is fusillade, which doubles the base weapon projectiles. Flak starts at 12, so you gain 12 projectiles for getting that. That's cool. Let's actually work towards that, having the spray nozzle. The spritzer.
You want focus fire here, which right now doesn't really matter, but later on it definitely will. We're going to take Elegant Construction, which we just unlocked. Construct Assembly Speed and Maximum Hull. Also, Construct Assembly Speed per R level, which is awesome. Used Reflex Shield there to our advantage. I'm going to take Streamlight now. I think I want the extra thrust on this ship in particular. Been a long time since I just built into flat cannon. It's a fun build. Like, it doesn't have the highest power level compared to other builds, but it's a very stable one. I definitely recommend it. Big mines here. So the true zoo version of this build would take Overseer and try to have turrets, ally, drones, and mines. It's a little bit too focused for what we're doing today, though. Okay, we're going to take Regeneration, because I'm going to go Omni Shield, Regenerative Shield. So Omni Shield, Regenerative Shield is kind of a 1-2 punch for having a pretty decent defense on any shield that's over 100. And especially on Carrier, which has the Swarm Constructs, which heal the shield for you in a very high max shield to start, plus 20% or 15% base. Cool hyper boost, man. Reflect shield's pretty good on this fight. Definitely can be good. Don't like change. 250% crash damage is a lot of crash damage. Okay, magnitude. Magnitude's the start of the damage tree, basically, and has no malice. It's just all upsides for the weapon. Halo's definitely decent. Okay, let's take stabilization here. So this is new tree for us. Just unlocked it. Right, shield durability. Armor stacks have a limited duration. Don't like change. There are some builds that can stack up a lot of armor, but there is a effective cap on how many armor stacks you're going to get. I think if I was going to try charge damage or hull damage carrier, I would go all hull. Maybe not, though. Losing out on the plus 50% maximum shields is pretty intense. All right, let's go regenerative shields now. So in terms of things that cause damage reduction, there are armor stacks, and then just damage resistance on hull and shield. Some other sources too. A lot of ways to mitigate damage in this game. Okay, here we go. We're going to take the Fusillade double base weapon projectiles. We now have 42 projectiles. Hit him with the spray bottle. Spritz, spritz. At 42 projectiles, corrosion becomes pretty strong. How about for right now, we take agility for 30% turn radius increase. That's very nice defensive value. We need to turn and blink. We now can. Oh, the other source of damage reduction that I couldn't place was plating, and that's a flat reduction to hull damage each time you take hull damage. There's flat damage reduction, percentage base reduction, and then armor stacks, which are temporary affixes. Okay, the problem with taking spontaneous regeneration, it makes our little fellers take 0.75 damage per second, so it's probably bad. Let's take Counter Pulse here. Counter Pulse has just a really nice defensive value, and that the drones destroy things when they pulse. And get right up in there. Let's go reflexive shields here. Blast Radius is kind of interesting. I'll use a roll here, though. Okay, 3 times an extra cursive wild when we choose. Let's go. At the end of taking that, and then taking a wild mod, we get +1 level, essentially. Almost an insta-pick in most situations. I've turned it down once or twice, or maybe Warp Strike, or some other mod I really needed at the time. I mean, charge flak doesn't seem unlikely. I kind of regretted the charge shot pick last run, though. Take Arc Barrier. Drones will protect you from enemy blast or burn damage if they are between you and the attack. So the main blast damage that's scary is the bulwark, the shielded enemy. If you damage the front, they build up that charge, which counts as blast damage. And it's a really high damage hit. Some very scary sources of burn damage in the game too. It's a nice defensive mod. I don't want to be in there, thanks. Ooh, okay. I think I am going to take 3 times slipstream here. This basically fixes the low thrust of the carrier. Minus friction 21% is definitely a bit scary, but since we have the stabilization mod, we can tap the space brakes anytime we want. Generally speaking, in this game, a little bit less friction is not a bad thing. You do drift to dodge most attacks. That gives you a little more drifting. I think around 4 or 5 slipstreams where it starts getting a little bit weird. But can be managed. Yo, Dresmat, thanks for 65 months. Enjoy that lurk. Awesome broccoli, dude. Thanks for being here for Space Whale Monday and the 1.0 Nova Drift release stream. What a time to be alive. I'll take Reconstitution, I guess. If I could take a second. This is where we want corrosion. Boop. You've been bippity bopping. They're really trying to tempt me into this spontaneous generation. I won't be tempted though. I won't. Race protocol. Might be a couple Nord, but in terms of content, no. The final boss was the main ad in 1.0. Sure, there was a couple balance and bug fixes snuck in the 1.0 though. How could there not? Got him. Now you're spritzing. I am going to roll here. Okay. Yeah, let's go rate of fire. I mean, if we get the triple fire, it's 126 projectiles per burst. Pretty good. Flak works pretty decent on carrier too, because the swarm constructs provide vulnerability on enemies, and then you get that vulnerability for every single projectile. Pretty nice trade-off. That was one large lad. Barrier's looking okay. Deadly Wake's also just kind of useful. So is Shield Cooldown. Let's go Shield Cooldown. I think Discharge could be a way we can increase our damage on this build. We'll need to go Omni before that, though. Wow. Getting a little greedy with these bumps here, but so be it. Strafe sounds nice. Let's grab Advanced Engineering, though. Get another drone limit, and more damage on the drones, too. Doesn't matter if it's defense or offense drones. They're still gaining damage per level. Probably at slightly different rates. You know, Galvanic Outburst sounds nice. When your shield takes a hit, it discharges bolts of energy that burn nearby targets. 5% shield effect power. Not triggered by self-damage, but there will certainly be moments where we're taking lots of little chip damage, and then we get thousands of damage in return from Galvanic Outburst. Your rotation speed just isn't good enough, sir. I regret to inform you. Blinking into targets doing crash damage and galvanic outbursts is a pretty awesome source of damage as well. We want to play a little riskier, which sometimes we do. Like on waves like this, better to be proactive than let them summon 40 enemies. Well, velocity is nice for flak, but I think strafe's nicer right now. Now we gain the ability to dash forward. How I have strafe and blink bound is I have both blink and strafe on the left mouse button, but if I'm holding down an input on the keyboard, I strafe, and if I'm holding no input, then I blink. That's how I worked it out. There's a lot of different ways you can use strafe. I almost always use it going straight forward rather than side to side or up and down. Mind Specialist, definitely not. Let's go Volatile Shields here. One neat thing about flak projectiles is that they deal the same damage up close as they do far away. Until they're completely gone, their damage remains a constant. Now you're spritzing. Ooh, am I ready for discharge before the boss fight? It would increase our damage a lot, but also a lot of self-damage. I think I'm willing to give it a shot. I just think the damage amount it's going to offer is going to be worth it. Yeah, the distance on the discharge is actually really low. Tough but fair. Yoinks. Oh, I don't want to be here right now. Not unless I want to lose this run. I don't want to lose the run yet. We're feeling our lack of damage right now. It's totally fair. We got to get at least corrosion going on here to escalate. Candescence would be nice too for the burn damage. Could be worse, but gonna be a lot more than a one cycle, that's for sure. I thought it was neat they added custom skin support for this game. It's definitely a feature that'll be nice for a lot of people. Whoa. Alright, so we got through the first phase here on the boss. About one and a half cycles through. Yeah, not even 1.5. There's still a lot of damage potential left here. I'm gonna cool it for a second. Oh snap, I didn't see that. Where am I? There I am. Not quite dead yet, but nearly almost dead. Very nearly almost dead. Okay, staying alive though. Well, that got hinky in a hurry, huh? Uh-oh. We got a chance to get him in this next coil phase at least. Glad I took discharge. This would have been an even longer fight. Certainly don't mind this boss fight taking more than 2 cycles, but it lets you know right away where your build's at. I appreciate that about Star Eater. It's a good test of where your build's damage and overall survivability is. We're pretty medium style on both currently. Alright, I can see Quantum Decoherence being alright here. Lose all rerolls and can never gain more at the cost of 5 levels. Let's do it, because I don't think there's that many functional increases left on this build. We'll just take things that look good and go from there. Take Deadly Wake as a source of damage. Hoping for Omni Shield here soon. Okay, this is also quite a bit of damage. It adds a blast radius per projectile. With no rerolls, we'll take Barrier. Alright, fair enough. So Adrenal Module. Okay, let's take targeting here. Giving our projectiles some kind of targeting, probably not a bad idea. We can get to Corrosion next. I think we're actually looking okay through the next Star Eater boss cycle. Oh, reflect projectiles. They did it. They did it. Say at this early juncture in the game, any run that gets past Star Eater is a success. This is our first run with wild mods unlocked. Still no super mods in the pool. We'll probably start unlocking those here shortly after this run. I'd be surprised if at least a few super mods aren't in the pool after this run here. Very likely. I'll take Omni Shield if I see it. Since we can't re-roll, let's go ahead and take slipstream here. Get one more movement increase. A little bit of a scary wave here. Deadly Wake did us some major favors on this one. Oh, corrosion. Here we go. Your damage applies corrosive stacks to targets, igniting them for 2 burn damage a second per stack. When a target affected by corrosive stacks is destroyed, it distributes its stacks to nearby targets. Additional stacks are distributed based on the maximum hull of the destroyed enemy. Anything that's segmented or near another enemy does a lot of bonus damage, and with 42 projectiles pulsing here, we do have a pretty considerable amount. You'll see the burn damage number in yellow here, so around 700. I guess that could be the discharge damage too. Long story short, corrosion good for most fast-hitting weapons. $680 right now, looks good. Yeah, you're more than welcome to discuss builds that you like, sure. Yeah, this is a wave right here. Yeah, alright, alright. Loaded mines is kind of pretty. Gives us flak mines. I have a lot of projectiles too. Let's see what these look like. I don't think it's really a great pick, but it will be more screen coverage. Also pretty. Now you're spritzing. I'm going to go for velocity here. I'll give the flak a little bit more reach. Yeah, that is a very fun build, Lillian. I agree. Oh, look at this guy. I like this guy. What's up? Just gonna hang out in here if you don't mind. Excuse me, little guy coming through. Excuse me. This build's going to score around 1 million, maybe a bit more if I play really well, but it's reaching the tail end of its power level, which is fine because we've got lots of unlocks to go. Corrosion is very useful on this boss. Okay, I'm gonna go Burst Fire here, because now we do 3 volleys of 42 projectiles, with a short delay in between, but the amount of total projectiles we're making is significant. Bill would be a decent candidate for Barrage if we had the mod unlocked. Man, my little Storm Construct just ate so many projectiles for me. Thanks, guys. What lands? Hey, SG Dog, thanks for 127 months. All's well on my end, thank you. Quick water break here for me. All right, here we go. Oh boy, I'm scared. Oh boy. Okay, we did just break a mill too, so good time to get scared. My defense drone just saved me from the blast damage there, which is probably the difference. Okay, let's go Omni Shield. Have an awkward time to go Omni Shield, but let's do it. We have 6 regeneration a second and 271 shield. Oh, we also have additional regeneration from the swarm carriers healing us. Yo, Radventus, thanks for 48 months. Thanks for joining me on your lunch break. Hope you have a restful one. Whoa, that's a lot of damage, man. Yeah, that's pretty cool, but Rick, I never thought about that. It's an investment, but not a bad one. I don't know if I have support specialists yet. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Get a race cram. Yo, Shadex, thanks so much for 7 months. This is definitely a cat watching game. I agree. My cat Daisy Doo also likes the Nova Drift. Definitely caught Winston watching Nova Drift the time it too as well. Good kidders game. Okay, purification's not worth here. I'll take a Scorching Wake. It's going to increase our damage. Gonna be fine-ish. We're just so tanky right now with the amount of shield we have. 270 something. Uh-oh, spaghetti. Am I dead? Not dead. Not even close, bud. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shouldn't be here. Let our shield come back. There we go. There we go. I'm so excited to see what our unlocks are going to be after this run. Yo, Mazok73, thanks so much for 13 months. Much appreciation. Barely a scratch indeed, until it was more than a scratch. That's fair. Alright, 1.3 million almost. Oh, look at that. I see some super mods being unlocked. Siphon Shield, cool. Okay, efficiency, nice mod tree. Has the Gemini protocol in it. A Vortex weapon. Priority 0. Architect, nice. Hidden power. Ooh, we go discharge hidden power now. That's a solid build. Vital bond. Get regeneration on our drones. Tempest break, looking good. Siphon shield, saturation fire, mortar. Let's see here. All right, so here is our super mods. I think out of the super mods we have access to now, that hidden power is the most powerful thing here. It does get a lot better with having Dying Star, which is not unlocked yet. I think I might try for a saturation fire build, which is not necessarily the best, but that could be interesting. Oh, we can also go Zoo Carrier now that we have Vital Bond. Yeah, let's do a Vital Bond run here. We're going to go for Overseer. We're going to go Ingi, Vital Bond, Zoo. Get back to some hidden power stuff. There's a lot of hidden power builds lately. I think Ingi Zoo is a very viable build for anybody playing the game. I think I'm just going to take flak here. It's something to do. All right, shields now. Guess we're going to be dropping the shield, so it's all about what color we want stuff to be. I think Orbital having cool blue drones sounds awesome. Engineer's not here, so we're going to roll it. There's Ingi. So the goal of this build is to have a massive amount of constructs created, and then to pass our whole regeneration onto the constructs, so we stabilize the turrets and things with the mods. Easier said than done. Well, here's mines. That'll be helpful. If I don't die, that is. Yoinks. Get him out of here. Build can be done with the weapon style with having the mortar super mod as well. I think it's a lot cleaner to get to Zoo Construct if you just focus on constructs. You don't have to try to mix weapon upgrades in there. getting to full construct is already asking a lot of your mod pool. Turret time. Worth noting, Engineer has a +1 limit to advanced constructs, which is very nice. Okay, regeneration, rapid reconstruction is what we want to go. This banishes the shield mods out of the pool, so it'll skinny it up for us so we can just focus on constructs and weapons a bit. But mostly constructs. Excuse me, just one sec here. Just gonna have a quick nom of a couple eggs, which are already prepared for me. Back in just a sec. All right, yum. I was hungry. We are back. We are headed back into this run of Nova Drift. Zoo Engineer. Okay, Priority 0 definitely will be a thing, but right now it's not doing very much. I'm going to go into Elegant Construction. There's more whole and faster construct assembly speed. Scales with our level. By the end of the run, it'll be about 35 to 40% total construct assembly speed, which is awesome. Oh, hiccup. Excuse me. Oh, that was a weird one. That got me good. Why are bodies so weird? Yes, we are, Kiliak. We just have mostly super mods to unlock still. We currently have wild mods, and we are playing on endless mode. We're basically at the point of progression we just started unlocking the super mods. So we're shooting for Vital Bond Overseer on this one. Vital Bond being one of the 5 super mods we currently have access to. Yeah, I'll take priority 0 now, I guess. Alright, on this run, I want assault drones. I really am going to need the damage. We're going to be doing only damage with the constructs at the end of this build, so... What wave are we on right now? I just realized I could do the sword build we did yesterday. I might come back around to that later today. That's a good one. Like, basically doing this build with allies and swords is pretty powerful offensively. I think I want Guardian allies for this one, though. Kind of go for a half offense, half defense construct style. Give the turrets another layer of insurance. Hey, nice one, Kiliak. 1.5 mils, an amazing run. We definitely want plus regeneration here. Yeah, getting to Vital Bond can actually be kind of complicated sometimes. Especially when you're going zoo and you're taking so many different drone trees. In order for Vital Bond to show up, you have to get to the end of a drone mod tree. Or construct mod tree, rather. Uh-oh. Turns out I'm fine-ish. That sounds like a very Nova Drift experience, Kiliak. Oh, hey, Mazak. Thanks for 13 once again earlier. And to answer your question, we did reset our save fully for today's stream. Only took a couple of runs to get back to our normal difficulty modifiers. We're on Mayhem, not Annihilation. I think Annihilation's the last unlock. But I wanted to focus today on some builds that are kind of easy to pull off for anybody that's going to be newer to the game or returning to the game that wants some good builds. Hard to think about not using super mods unless you don't actually have access to them. Oh, that's where the damage is at, very medium style. Okay, well, I'm not going into shielded drones. We're dropping our shield for Vital Bond on this one, so I might as well take self-destruction. I want to at least get allies before I take Overseer, at a minimum. Discord Orb's always a temptation that I'm going to take right here. They're just really good defensively, too, because when small enemies get close to you, they lash out at them and usually one-shot them. Huh. Okay, here's rapid reconstruction. Plus 100% regeneration, base hull, and plating. Banishes all non-wild weapon, wild shield upgrades from the upgrade pool and returns an upgrade point if you purchase shield gear. That's us. So we're going to have banished all of this stuff, and we get a point back right away for having shields. We're going to take Terminal Directive, working towards Fleet Commander. Wholeheartedly agree with that. Discord orbs, even with no other wild mod support, are still extremely powerful. Let's go stabilization here. A turret. Well, since we have 100% hull, seems like a good time to be taking hull strength. Okay, Grace Protocol. Suppose we're only level 18. I feel like we're getting to this build late, but we're not. Just early in the run and my mind's being greedy. Imagine that. Don't have allies yet, but I think Overseer is still pretty takeable. Your basic and standard non-weapon construct limits are double. So that's double drones. Another potential turret, but no ally yet. Okay, not yet. I'm going to take the advanced engineering here. We're definitely grabbing Overseer later, but... once we have ally, Overseer becomes really nice. Probably want to grab Overseer after Vital Bond. I could do it the other way around, but thinking defensively, we're not really hurting for damage right now. What an awesome day to be here for Nova Drift 1.0 release. Surreal to be here in this moment. I shouldn't hang out here and have all my drones die, I guess. Oh, looks pretty good. We gotta go Revelation here, though. 3 times the next recursive wild mob we take. Yeah. Oh, getting pinballed there. Keep it cool, daddy-o. So regeneration's not all that impressive right now. Hey, Vital Bond. Okay, so now our constructs can use 70% of our base regeneration, which is currently 9 a second. Pretty good. We'll just say the drones are getting around 7. Whoa, let's not hang out in the flame. That gets us killed. Whoa, man. Okay, this should kill the Dweller here. No, I still gotta kill one more. We're so close. There we go. That was a very scary fight. Definitely much worse than the other Wave 60 option of Scion. Whatever Red's name is. Much worse. Oh, wow. 3 times spontaneous generation. This is absolutely the pick here. When an enemy is destroyed, there's a chance you spawn 1 or more swarm constructs from its wreck. The greater the maximum whole enemy destroyed, the chance 1 or multiple swarm constructs are created. Swarm constructs take 0.75 whole damage a second, except for the regenerating for 7, so they just don't go away. Enemies will eventually kill them, but they will add tons of damage here. This is the Vital Bond special. Swarm constructs do okay damage at base, and they additionally apply vulnerability, which is good for all sources of damage. Definitely some goodness here, but I think I'm gonna roll. Here we go. Fleet Commander. All right, +1 drone construct limit. Where is Ally right now? I haven't seen it except for the start of the run. We took something else. Allies, where are you? I'm going to go ahead and take Overseer here. I'm pretty sure our moves will stop most of the weapon stuff from appearing. And we don't have allies on the field right now. We're gaining 3rd turret and 2 times our drone construct limit. So our drone limit is 16 right now. So this one goes minus thrust equal to 2 times our combined standard advanced constructs. It's going to be minus like 40% thrust. That's a lot. Huge construct assembly speed. +1 advanced construct. We can no longer fire our weapon, which is fine because we weren't using it. Not effectively. Look at all those drones. So turrets take 5 damage a second, but they're healing for over 7 now. Oh, this one's the bane of our setup. Look at that damage on the swarm constructs, my man. Okay, through thrusters for sure. We are. Looks like we're floating around in molasses out here. agility. Ooh, look at all those loot snakes. One reason I think this build is good for beginners, you really only have to focus on dodging after you take Overseer. Everything else is taken care of by your construct. You collect the XP, you dodge the enemies. That's your job. There's ally. Let's go. 3 allies. Symbol and deploy an advanced autonomous ally that fires volley of explosive rounds. Unlocks mod trees for specialized ally types. I believe I'm going to go into Guardian here. If I was using swords, I would take the Interceptors, I believe. As it stands. Wow. That orb got wrecked. I can't believe that. That vulnerability just stacked up so fast. What a build. Okay, this would just crush our maximum hull. We can't take that. Turret maximum hull per our level sounds pretty good. I think Slipstream is very takeable here, though. Let's grab one. Also has a lot of power level to go too. We get missiles on the turrets. Some global damage maybe. Corrosion would be interesting. I'm almost certain that corrosion applies on drones, so it counts as our damage. Force armor is the main defensive upgrade remaining. Let's work towards that. Uh-oh, bud. You're in the wrong part of town, friend. Take Echo Strike here. Oh yeah, I can also manually deploy mines now for a huge mine effect if I wanted. Coverage feels pretty good without, though. Look at the little guy battle arena. Get him. Victory for little fellas. Oh, there's force armor. I'll take it. We can focus on dodging here, we'll be fine. We're probably going to lose all of our little fellows here shortly, though, to this attack. Might slow down a bit after this. Oh yeah, one cycle. Love it. It's not that important right now. I'm gonna take Strafe, because I think I need at least this to fight Star Eater. Get a little boosty boost. The amount of damage these drones are putting out. My goodness. Nice try, you oversized turkey. Okay, so Overseer does not stop weapon mods from being in the pool, which makes sense. It says constructs can use your stuff there. Yeah. Deadly Wake looks okay. Going towards Essence Sap also looks pretty nice. Let's go ahead and take Deadly Wake. It's a good source of damage and also has effective damage on the boss fight, which is right around the corner. Biggest single damage increase is the missile add on turrets right now. Oh, this turret placement is like beautiful. Maybe this is a run where I go manual deploy turrets. Let's try that. Never done this before. Okay, keyboard and mouse controls. Deploy turret side mouse button 2. I don't think so. Debating what button I want right now. I want it on G. J's also fine. Toggle drone formation. Self-destruct constructs 5. I didn't know there's a button for that. Okay. G. Try to manage that there. Something to do. Evolution. Since we're going to get Guardians 2, I think it's unlikely that turrets go down, but when they inevitably does, I want to place them again in the corners like this. This is the ideal spot for turrets to be. Since we're patrolling the center and they're on the sides, they're less likely to take weird incidental damage from enemies. Greetings, friend. What are you doing there, partner? Okay. They figured it out, don't worry. A little slow for that. Yeah, pretty steady so far. Looks like it's going to be a clean bout of one cycle. Arc barrier is defense drones only, so you're not incorrect that offense drones do have a good defensive value because there's so many of them, they can absorb things. Let's grab Guardian here. Yeah, maybe I want to apply the turrets in the central area now. Don't really want the Guardians all... I guess they're doing okay, because the turrets aren't really losing HP in most cases. They're staying at max or better. Okay, here's what we want. War Machine, 4% turret rate of fire and rotation speed per your level, and they fire missiles. Just a small 72% increase in those stats. Okay, we'll take Blink. Having more mobility skills will definitely not be harmful. Really liking this three-corner drone setup. Or turret setup, rather. Working out pretty good. Okay, counter artillery sounds sweet. Man, the damage right now. Turret got a bit jostled here. One really cool detail here is that the bullets get pulled towards the singularity, the shell casings. Game's full of little cool details. There we go. That sounds like exactly something Daisy would do. The other cat's like laying on blankets, so what Daisy does is she goes up on the blanket and then she ruffles it all up with her paws. Because she's petty, that's why. That's the reason. None of these are really calling out to me here. Yeah, we'll get adaptive armor. Why not? I think I'm done trying to reposition the turrets. I'll just reapply them. I'm losing some XP on trying to shuffle these all around. That's okay. It's something to do when you're playing Overseer. That turret's probably dead. Not dead, amazing. Surprised how sustainable the turrets really are in this build. Okay, let's have the allies also regenerate an additional couple damage a second. There's a mod which has the Guardians take self-damage instead of the other constructs taking damage. I think that could work here to keep the turrets up 100% of the time. Unless I put it directly in the path of a tracer. Then probably dead. What a wave. Alright, Kinetic boosts a lot of damage here. We're always moving, so we're going to gain global damage. Probably up to about 20% when we're strafing. Ooh, yuck. I just went the wrong way. Let's try this way then. Constructs do a very good job of not activating the bulwark shield. As long as we're a little careful here, should be fine. Got him. Okay, here we go. Nanotech. Mission. Guardians redirect 12% of the damage your other standard and advanced construct types take from enemies to themselves with self-damage. This damage is divided among a deployed Guardians, plus 50% Guardian self-damage resistance. When your Guardian is destroyed, it drops nanotech cluster power-up for every 50 of its maximum hull, plus the damage it has redirected. Nanotech clusters grant 30% to construct assembly speed, movement speed, rotation speed, and construct damage for a stacking 3-second duration. Yeah. What is the amount of hull that we have? 168. It's not the highest, but not the worst either. Alright, this is tough. Oh, we destroyed red there? Awesome. It's kind of waiting for the black hole to come, or to summon the black hole to eat this guy. Turned out even better than that. Wow, counter artillery saved the turret's life there. That was awesome. Okay, Guardians redirect 40% of the self-damage taken by you and your other standard advanced construct types to itself. So what this is going to do is it's going to take all of the damage, or 40% of the self-damage that the turrets are currently taking, is going to put it into these units, which are out healing that too. So we're just passing even more damage onto our unit that deals with that better. It also makes the Medi charge bigger, or the nanotech cluster bigger when the time comes. It's going to be a doozy here. So this used to be the guarantee on Wave 200 that you get this combination of enemies. It's a really nasty one. While the drones here are the largest source of single target damage, the turrets really are the sustain of this build. Ooh, that turret got crunched, man. Pushing him to the other side. Interesting. I didn't realize I had like that much of a pushback on it. Now I do. What's up, Glouches? Got him. Okay, I'm digging this new strategy I got with turrets. I'd never manually deployed turrets before. That's really the first run where I've done so successfully. And this corner strat is quite OP. The plus armor stack duration is probably what we want here instead of channeling. We can also take both in this case. Interesting. Aegis ain't bad here. Let's roll again. Let's try to go for Essence Sap. I doubt we'll make it, but we could. Alright, excuse me just one sec here. We're 3 hours, 15 minutes into the 1.0 Nova Drift stream. Just going to stand up, stretch real quick, use the restroom, grab some water, return momentarily for some more Nova Drift action. We got a really good NG Zoo build going on right now. Alrighty, we have returned. Thanks for your patience during that brief one. Alright, we are going to go skirmish here, working towards Essence Sap. Unfortunately, skirmish and terminate really don't do anything for us here. We'll probably blitz, but Essence Sap would be a considerable increase in our overall regeneration. So it goes off of global damage, and we have damage happening via the drones and the turrets at a very rapid rate. So it goes to a maximum of 10% of our hull a second. We're at 168 right now at 9. So it takes us from 9 to a potential 16 per second. Well, is that really worth 3 mods? I'm not convinced. I'm going to say no, it's not worth 3 mods. And I'm going to take Adrenal Module. At least not for this run. Yeah, so Vital, Bond, and Essence Sap do work together. You no longer regenerate your hull, but your drones are still able to take advantage of your regeneration stat, even though you're not using it. As in, Essence Sap reads, your hull no longer regenerates, not your regeneration stat is nullified. 100% on that one, because I've definitely gone Essence Sap in this build before. And also work through that same misunderstanding about how it works. It's one of those things you got to try to find out. And I eventually did. Okay, stabilization is a way to drag these. Okay, this is a boss that could definitely destroy our drones. And turrets. If the lines coincide with where the turrets are standing, it's going to kill this. Guaranteed. Okay. We're getting lucky, maybe? We got lucky. Gonna drag this turret back into the corner here. Okay, stabilization blink. Here we go. That's how we do it. I like it. How'd you do, friend? Keep it cool, daddy-o. My turrets are almost certainly going to get wrecked by the coil phase. I don't see how they don't. Maybe they can just power through? Oh, the regeneration and damage is so good. Unbelievable. I believe it. Hey, they've been cool, Sunder. Been interesting working with the limited mod pool. Going through the unlocks again. Had some very fun builds, though. This is our second run in 3 builds. It's made it past the second iteration of Star Eater. try to reposition this now. I'm going to use stabilization. And then when I get out of range, I'll blink in front and do it again. Yeah, okay, this is a good technique to move the turrets around. Because I really don't have that much else to do other than keep my stuff maintained. A little bit tough to pull off, honestly. We're not going Essence Sap. One hyper metabolism is of interest. It would be 15% less hull, so we go from 160 something down to about 150. We get another 60% regeneration, which is applied to our constructs as well. I don't want that right now, but that's good to think about. You know, I am going to take Juggernaut. Plus 25% maximum hull. It's going to slow us down even more. We're operating at like minus 60 something percent thrust power, 68%. Whew, so almost more than minus 30 of our base thrust. But we do have 11.7 regeneration per second. 70% of that is being passed onto the drones as well. Our low movement speed will be the end of this run, but we got a while before that happens. We're one tanky son of a gun. Very weird movement with strafe right now. I like it. There you go, turret. At this speed and friction, I feel like just like I'm like a battle station floating around in space. You picked the wrong sector, enemy scum. I was just trying to move my turret, man. Oh, this guy knocks him back. Okay, so he puts him in the corner for us. Thanks for creating optimal turret placement, Mr. Dreadnought. I appreciate it. Yo, 1.5 mil right now is pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, turrets are all cattywampus now, and it's getting to the point where it's probably a little bit too late to be fussing with moving the turrets. That's going to get me killed at some point, being mispositioned near the edge of the screen, not where you want to be hanging out. Grab channeling. Armor stacks improve regeneration. We take damage, that's definitely good. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's exactly why we don't want to be hanging on the edge of the screen. Waves like that. Got him. Okay, that's a quick lad right there. Dangerous set of enemies for turrets, too. Just lost one there. Little turret drop off in the corner. This feels surprisingly maintainable right now. I know I could just misposition once and die, but this damage is incredible. I'm going to grab Slipstream here. A little more movement speed is going to be awesome. I think anytime we see Slipstream, it's probably one of the best upgrades we can possibly pick up. On our next build after this, we're going to do something very weapon heavy, which is something I think a lot of beginner players do, and rightfully so. The weapon upgrades in this game feel amazing, and they provide a lot of stat. Maybe after that, we'll get into some hidden power stuff. Some assault railgun sounds like a good time. If we unlock barrage, that'll be certainly the pick. Big bada boom. Ooh, those waves are getting a little bit weird. One place all zoo builds struggle is when you get waves that have just tons and tons of enemies on the build, because you don't have very much piercing or actual area effect. Our clearing is really the amount of projectiles that we can produce, not the effect of those projectiles. We breaking 2 mil here on the new fresh save? I think we are. I think this is the run. Yep, NG Zoo with or without Overseer is just a pretty solid build for anybody. Doesn't have the highest maximum potential, but it's a very solid high level build, I think. Especially if you add in the spontaneous generation wild mod. Stacks of vulnerability work very well with each other. Skinner, on that one, you take Essence Sap instead, and Essence Sap heals you for a percentage of damage dealt up to 10% of your hull. But would still allow our drones. You also see Essence Sap on builds that have a sustained source of damage, like Warp Strike, any projectile, or a build like this is doing constant damage. Then you're at a high level threshold for the Essence Sap all the time. Challenger. I'll accept a Challenger here, but not till I'm sure I have a moment that's safer than this. right, this is the Challenger moment right here. It's the wave's about to be cleared. Ooh, Challenger Scion. All right, man. Ooh, that was scary. All right, since I'm not firing my weapon, I'm going to take this for the 80% armor stack duration. Yeah, all of your damage counts towards Essence Sap. Weapon, burn damage, drone damage, etc. Oh, man. Okay, hold on a second here. Hold on a minute. Just gonna hang out here in the corner. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. That was a pretty clutch singularity. There's a lot to choose from, Max Frost. We're going to be doing some Leviathan runs this week for sure. There's some ship types I haven't played with too much. Hullbreaker, Leviathan, and a couple others I haven't done too many attempts on. There's so much to try in this game. Different ideas and build types. Even with 600 hours for me, there's still stuff I haven't tried or haven't got around to yet. One is currently number 1 in our leaderboard, and I think might be for a while. Definitely going to be top 5 for a hot minute. Grimby. Drop off a turret here. Bloop. Ooh, I lost track of my ship for the first time this run. That was scary. Nah, it's definitely worded very clearly, Skinner, if you look at both tooltips. It all makes sense when you work through it. I think this game has some really amazing tooltips, and while sure there are some areas they could be improved, they're incredibly clear if you look at the actual interactions. Whoa. Man, not too much left to take here. I guess we can go towards Essence Sap. I can keep looking for wild mods as well. Polar Inversion isn't the worst because it increases the mine explosion radius by 10%. That's something. Rupture Tree is good for the same reason. Yeah, if you guys have any suggestions for tooltips or game balance, I'm going to encourage you guys to leave those in the Discord for this game. A very nice place for feedback there. Cheers. High metabolism is looking okay. I hesitate reducing the max amount of hull that we have, though. Scorching Wake could be an okay source of incidental damage. Let's add one Scorching Wake in. It's inoffensive. Oh, wait, hold on. The next 3 upgrades contain only recursive wild mods? This is what we want. Slipstream. Wild mods are mainly what we want here. .3. Well, this run definitely has 3 mil potential. Yo, Patsy126, thanks for 88 months, 12 more for that 100 club. Thank you. I'm almost dead. Oh my god. Oh my god, so close. Oh, I have 2 turrets here. Let's apply those. Ooh, they're literally stacked on top of each other. I like that idea. There might actually be some tech there by putting all the turrets in one spot. I guess putting all your eggs in one basket, so to speak, is actually really bad, because at the moment they do die and you have no turrets on the field, that'd be suspect. Looks cool, though. All right, crabs. You know, Rampage could be a very interesting playstyle for this build. Rampage is a mod that I haven't really taken all that much. Like, and definitely would work for this kind of playstyle, and especially a lower movement playstyle too. It feels hard to justify taking something that gives you continuous thrust. But I bet if I just took it and tried to work around it with stabilization and stuff, it wouldn't actually feel that bad now that I have a lot more experience on the mobility controls. Okay. Not sure on the wave count here. Gotta be getting somewhat close to the 3rd Star Eater, which I believe we can defeat, but I have to play very well defensively. Little room for error at all. Okay, I got all 3 turrets here. I was like, why are we feeling kind of weak right now? So I'm not applying my turrets out. That'd do it. That is really one of the strengths of the game, the Small Kitty. There's so many different playstyles in this game, different weapon types, build varieties, ship variations, etc. Oh my god. Alright, but summon a black hole, please. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Woo, lad. I'm gonna go back to auto-deploy turret. I'm having trouble getting to places to deploy them. I think just getting them out is better than not having them up. Personally excited to try some Leviathan builds later this week. Whew, you destroyed all my swarm constructs, man. Why'd you do that? We were just hanging out. Ooh. Let's go ahead and take a Challenger here again. Wow. Challenger Dweller. Maybe mistakes were made. Unless. Ooh. All right, maybe Challenger at wave 362 is a bit much. Fair enough. 2.7 mil, really good. Okay, we got Torrent, Rancor, that's a nice one. Charge Mines, okay. Sanctuary, Battery Body, Antimatter Rounds, great, great mod there. Apex Machinery, Dying Star, Viper, Warp Strike. Looks like Burnout Reactors as well. Okay. Well, on that note, I think it's time for a projectile style build. Probably Salvo, Architect, Warp Strike with antimatter rounds. Sounds like a plan. Yo, Gus Kang, thanks for 125 months. Howdy. Gonna grab a quick water refill, and then we're gonna head into a new run here on Architect. So this will be our first like big weapon style build today. So we just unlock the super mod. Let's take a look at the list of unlocks here. For super mods, we got still quite a bit to go. But we got Dying Star Hidden Power, which is definitely a build type I'd like to do today because I think it's a great like beginner-friendly build. You get to get Dying Star, Discharge, and Hidden Power. Get those three things together, and you can go just all in on defense and still have a very, very nice offense. Warp Strike's going to allow projectiles to screen wrap once. I'd say this is a pretty key mod for a lot of builds, a lot of weapon-style builds. Great with railguns, salvo, darts, which you don't have unlocked yet. Charge Mines is also pretty cool. But I don't think we'll be doing that here. Okay, our next unlock is Burnout Reactors, so we're not going to be using Burnout Reactors. I'm going to think about that for a second, and we'll head into a run here in just a moment. Be right back. Okay, I have returned. Thank you so much for your patience during that brief one. One sec. All right, here we go. Next round, we're doing Architect, Salvo, Loaded Mines. This is definitely a classic. Architect, Loaded Mines is just a stellar build. Everybody should try it. Even better with Warp Strike, but even good still before. We're going to end up getting cool purple projectiles at the end anyways. Let's take Amp Shield here. Yeah, I'm currently playing with mouse and keyboard, though I've played several hundred hours with controller as well. They're both great control schemes. Okay, Architects. Okay, so Architect's deal is they have a much faster construct assembly speed, better mine effect, and maximum hole, plus construct size as well. You guys hear any clunking or other noises? Got some instruction stuff going on. I don't think it'll come through the mic, but it might. If there's any weirdness, that'd be why. Okay, here's mines. Okay, hugely increased mine effect here is going to be great. Just wildly firing my salvo for no reason at all. That was fun. Tasty treat for you, bud. Num nums. Going Essence Sap, not regeneration on this build. I'm going to take Deadly Weight because it's good and it works towards the Warp Strike super mod, which should be in an early target. A lot nicer to get that early than late, even if it costs you the run getting to it. These cats, man. They're good kidders, all right. They're just bad sometimes, though. Winston cannot stand doors being closed. It's infuriating for him. It's tough. That's tough. All right, admittedly, more projectiles is very good here, so let's go for it. What's up, Jetter Bobby? Ooh. Okay. Ultra rare wild mod explosive growth. The next recursive wild mod you choose gain additional 3 times then banished. Lots of good choices on this. One that we might end up taking is heavy caliber, which has a lot of stat increases. I'd almost like to be able to take more than 4 heavy calibers though. Either way, we're not turning down the stunk. Oh man, there it is too. Look at that. So it's going to be 28% weapon damage and projectile size. It adds weapon recoil, but with the salvo weapon, you only have 1 instance of knockback no matter how many multiple fires you take. So it's really just all upside for a minor jostle when you fire the weapon once. Yeah, okay. 4 of these is enough. You can dream of having, 8 or something, but it's definitely good. Another upside of this is that it slows the projectiles down, which means they have more time for their tracking to take effect. And once we get Warp Strike and they wrap the screen once, you know, it has even more time to take advantage of that lower movement speed. Warp Strike does have the tracking of projectiles. Still a hugely increased chance for them to hit. Is there any chance of me winnowing this? I don't think so. We have a pretty good page overall. Just go rate of fire. Okay, loaded mines. Now our mines will shoot out missiles. And lots of them, too. Oh boy. Okay, Bravado says your body gear base stats are improved by 10%, body gear powers are improved by 15%. Architect is one of the best for this mod because 15% body gear powers is 4.5% mine effect. It's 7.5% construct rate of fire, which is how many missiles the mine fires, and 7.5% construct assembly speed. The downside here is that we'll always have leader champions, which is super scary and also very dangerous. That Dweller boss that we fought on the last run that killed us was an elite version or champion version of the boss that we summoned with challenge. It had a couple modifiers boosting it. Short story on Bravado's enemies will be much more challenging. You get slightly more XP for it. All right, snipe time. That's part of Warp Strike. Hey there, motion. Bloop. Well, there's nothing wrong with Warpath. It's fire rate. We're killing enemies. We're killing enemies pretty good right now. Yeah, I've done Mortar Architect a few times. It's alright. Definitely got its place in builds. Whoa, I'm like out of control with Hyper Boost, dude. I'm down, bud. Alright, Burst Fire is essentially all upsides here. It's 20% fire rate, that's more missiles per mine, more charge rate for me. Might be rolling here. Kinetic Boost is fine to take, but I really want to get Warp Strike working. Okay, Kinetic Boost it is. If I'm going to take it later, I might as well not reroll. Yeah, double tap is just 7% missile stockpile rate, flat. No real downside for it. The downsides of Burst Fire are mostly negated with Salvo. One of the things that makes it such a great weapon. Alright, stabilization then. Warp Strike is in the pool, so I'm ever tempted to use rerolls. I'll be patient, only level 19 right now. There it is. Oh, Mind Specialist is here too. Oh, man. I think Mind Specialist will show back up. It's way more likely on Architect now. Okay, when you screen wrap, 10% plus 5% of your current hull and shields are removed. This removal cannot be mitigated, but can also cannot reduce your hull or shields below 1. Minus 12% weapon fire rate, minus 50% total weapon targeting. I'm not going to turn down Discord orbs here. They look cool, and they are cool. We also have quite a bit of wild mod synergy for them already. A lot of good mods right here. I'm probably just going to take magnitude for weapon damage. I mean, getting down to charge shots pretty keen. Also targeting to improve our targeting. Now Splinter is the biggest damage increase we can get. With Splinter, every single missile contact will create new missiles, which then can also screen wrap. That's the next step here. Mind Specialist, I knew you'd be back. They made changes to how the specialist mods appear, so a lot more reliable to get on the first construct you pick, or in the case of Architect, the only construct you'll pick. Fortunate time for that one. Maybe we don't summon a challenger during the boss fight. Let's hold this level up until we get to this. Until the wave's cleared and we have a moment where we know we have a wave that's not all that scary to deal with. Probably a good idea. Alright, we're getting there, we're getting there. great wave to summon the Challenger on. Oh, it's just one of these guys. We're taking blast radius here because concentrated blast increases blast damage and missiles are blast damage. So it's straight damage increase. One of the best you can get. And the mod after that, Rupture, is also fantastic. Transmogrification's kind of tempting here. Be a little bit better if we still had the heavy calibers in the pool. So be looking at Burst Fire right now. Defiance would be okay for the mobility restrictions if we go Charge Shot, which is probably a goal. Not too much left in the wild mod pool we want for this one. Flipstream's also not inefficient. Let's get started on working towards Essence Sap. Elegant Construction's also a lot more missiles via mines right now, but Splinter would be even better than that, and we're not hurting for damage currently. Let's add targeting in here. Really spicy how well the missiles are doing without any targeting, with Warp Strike taking half of the base missile away. Goes to show how effective reducing momentum is on missile projectiles to increasing their targeting potential. Propulsive is pretty good. I don't want to mess with that right now, though. Let's take even more targeting now. Splinter. Oh, Terminate's really good too. Splinter's just like top tier right now. Now every single missile that hits an enemy will create a new set of smaller missiles that will then go and hit other enemies. It's even possible for a Splinter missile to hit the same target under the correct circumstances. Charge mines are actually looking pretty dope right now. Taste the pepper. Be the pepper. Alright, I'm going to take power reserves because charge shot is something I want. I think I'm actually going to go charge mines on this. We don't even have burnout reactors unlocked yet, so there's like a intermediary build we can do with mines on Architect. Normally we just go for faster mine generation via burnout reactors, which is good, but charge mines can be great as well. To also be fair, charge shot is great on the base ship too. I just feel like charge mines have some potential to be effective. Let's go here. Not going to fuss with this too much. We don't even need the damage from the charge shot currently. Tasty treats. Terminate, easy. Give me something to release this volley on. Just one decent sized enemy. I dare you. If I upgrade right now, we're going to release the salvo, which is why I'm holding. I'll wait all the way to wave 100 if I have to. Yo, Glaucius. Woo! What happened? Quantum Decoherence isn't bad, but I think this build, more than some others, does have some duds in the pool. Well, maybe not. Let's use our rerolls and stay focused. Want to get charge mines going on and some other things. I'm in on agility. Agility saves lives. Turn radius means more effective blink radius. Almost dead. Almost dead doesn't even count because we're not dead at all. This is where Essence Sap would be really nice. I'm going to roll here. Looking for Charge Mines or Essence Sap, I think. There's Charge Mines. Your mines charge your weapon at 100% of your charge rate. This way we don't have to mess with the, well, I'm waffling now because I already took power reserves. Let's just see how good Charge Mines is. Negates the power reserves a little bit. Those are some very hefty charges we're getting. Space whale? Is this what I'm hearing? Whale noises? No. No whale noises. Essence Sap, here we go. Thought Space Whale Monday was going to be a thing, guys. Not yet. Basically, there's a super rare whale event that can appear in the game, late game. Basically, a giant loot goblin. I thought it was just a meme, and then it actually appeared. Last time we streamed. Okay, let's go ahead and go strafe. Just a few missiles for you, Mr. Star Eater. Just a couple. I like using charge mines on salvo or anything with charge shot. Like, charge shot on the ship's almost certainly better value overall. But this way you don't have to manage the charge shot, don't have to deal with the movement malice. Very freeing. That was really great damage. I guess propulsive munitions is fine now. It's 15% weapon damage. Doesn't affect our mines, but does affect everything that comes out of our ship is 15% more damage. Just a weirder firing angle and changes our knockback as well. Okay, concentrated blast is 35% damage for missiles. Let's do it. Okay, yeah, so now we get jostled forward when we use fire. Actually use that to generate more momentum for kinetic boost. That's neat. Alright, payload's a ton of damage here, and I'm going to take it. 30% weapon damage plus 12% projectile size. The increased projectile size just means even more splinters, so probably gaining 2 to 3 splinters per projectile that the charge mines are hitting on. Just in that one pickup. Oh snap, his shield's gonna be so charged right now. Oh man. He's jiggling mad already. I'm gonna go efficiency, regeneration, shield cooldown. We're not regenerating, but shield cooldown, and splitting the damage between hull and shields. Let's Essence Sap actually put in some work. Extends our shield total out. Okay, here we go. Antimatter rounds. Projectiles fired by you that hit with enemy projectiles they hit. When this happens, impacted projectiles degenerate or destroy each other depending on their relative power inside. Plus 20 base damage for weapons that hit. Bonus half for weapons not fired by you. Take heavy self-hull damage when you fire. This damage is slightly decreased for each additional weapon projectile you fire. That's fine. We just need to not charge up, 600 missiles at a time. But overall, since this is being applied to our mine projectiles, we're going to have way less problems with enemy projectiles on the screen, as they will just cease to exist as ours collide with them. Oh, also cool purple projectiles. Who doesn't like that? This damage is slapping right now. Getting to the point we have so much damage I have to be hyper vigilant about patrolling the edge of the screen to pick up all the XP. Leaving some behind isn't the end of the world, but on a build like this, it's almost a guarantee if you don't patrol, because stuff's dying right on the edge. Because we have like an ambushing build. Oh, this is gorgeous with the hyper boost. Wow. Killed myself with a singular strike volley last week. I'd wreck at like 200. That's probably because I took singular strike, if I had to guess. This damage is just nutty right now. It's everything you want a salvo warp strike build to be. I think the big ticket on these builds is making sure you get at least a couple heavy caliber picks in. Ooh. I'm unsure if Ricochet is worth it here since we have Splinter already. Probably is. Well, let's take it and see if it feels better. There may be some downsides to this that I'm not realizing. I don't think we get Splinters on each projectile. Just we get one Ricochet. If we're getting double Splinters, that'd be good, but I don't think that's the case. Oh man, these missiles are just persisting for so long just off of the mines. I think we are getting double. This could definitely be a leaderboard build for sure, though since we've only done 3 or 4 runs, we'll certainly be in our top 10. Guaranteed, in fact. Yo, Voxen, thanks for 20 months. Appreciate that. 2-0. We did reset all of our progress, including our leaderboard for 1.0. Yeah, okay, so without singular strike, the antimatter rounds damage doesn't seem that bad. was like 4-8, Colonel Sanders. Alright, I'm going to take Evolutionary Niche to their 5% Construct Assembly Speed and 3% Mine Effect. Kind of really liking this non-burnout reactor's charge mine version of this. And pretty major upsides. Also gotten very lucky with our wild mods, the ricochet and quad heavy caliber. Pretty exceptional run all in all. Ooh. Yeah, those ricochet missiles really putting in the work. I mean, at this point, I think shield cooldown's a pretty good pick. I'll take that. Convergence does have some downsides for projectiles, so it does have some positives as well. I guess overall not feeling like this build is hurting for damage or projectiles currently. Reductions in projectiles overall size, which I believe is the malice for convergence, is a pretty big reduction in damage. I'm most likely to go convergence on salvo, or the most incentivizing thing I can think of is when you're going barrage, which we don't have unlocked yet, because then you can rally those projectiles into potentially even more projectiles. Potentially. Yo, Crunchy, thanks for 17 months. One more for a year and a half. Thanks. Yeah, homing strike's okay. Incendiary strike's alright too. I'm gonna go roll here. Alright, well, out of these choices, Rupture is definitely the best escalator here. Basically, on multiple boss waves, you get a big shockwave of damage when one dies. Overall useful for any segmented enemy or any high health stuff that happens. Will be most everything in the late game. if we live. Build's definitely capable. Oh, look at that health chunking down right now. That's crazy. Yo, will do, Crunchy. Will do. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming, man. It's a deal. Amazing to be here in our 12th year on the site. It's so wild. So glad we still have this place to hang out and enjoy video games together. That is awesome. Woo! Didn't even make the coil phase. That's what I'm talking about. This build's a strong one. Strongest of the day, that's for sure. We schmoovin'. There's definitely some really scary ways to this build. It's not as tanky as you might imagine. In fact, it's not tanky at all. It just hasn't really taken a big chunk of damage yet. It will. Bethea, thanks so much for 4 months. Appreciate that Prime continuation as well. Thank you so very much. Well, easy revelation here. We get another level, we can fish for a wild mod, maybe Slipstream or something. Timeline sounds about right. Thanks for making it official once again. Okay. Those dang shredder mines, man. see hammerheads definitely being a cause of death on this run. Just some nasty double boss wave shenanigan too could get us a lot of waves that you're one missed position away from assured death. Just like this one. You see how charged up that shield was? Yuck. Okay, there we go. We had a little slip there. Yeah, okay. That's not a bad regression, and I think I'm just going to take it to get a reroll here. Two convergences. Minus projectile velocity, rate of fire, and total projectile size. Yeah, so minus 15 rate of fire and projectile size for 2 projectiles. That's not bad. Do a couple of rerolls here, see if we get a good triple. Elegant construction is tempting, so we get construct assembly speed. Then we lose charge rate on the charge mine. I think regardless, this is such an increase in the amount of missiles produced by mines that it's worth taking. We're still getting some value off the charge. Though I think fair to say at this point it'd be better to have the charge on the ship from a damage per second perspective. Well, better to have it on the mines from a mobility perspective, which is arguably much more important. It's a spicy one. Yo, Trinidad, thanks for almost 70 months of support. Much appreciation. Cheers. Big bada boom. Oh snap. There's gonna be some very charged up bulwarks here. Ow. Okay, I think we're all right here. Oh, the bulwark's still active. Stop it. Wowsy wosy. I think I'm going to try 3 times Rampage here. You gain constant added thrust power, but we get plus global damage and maximum hull and shields. Let's give it a shot. Question becomes, how much added thrust power do we have? Not too bad with stabilization. It's manageable. Well, it was somewhat manageable, but I died right away anyways. Fair enough. All right, 2 million, great run for our 4th or 5th run here. Okay, we unlock Last Stand. Ooh, we got darts now. Those are fun. Challenge mode, Annihilation. There it is. 7 gear choices. Draft mode. Pre-rolls unlocked. Barrage, great one. Void Slice, Leaf on the Wind. Well, there you have it. All right, it's going to take a short break and stretch my legs for the next run. The next run, we're going to go for Hidden Power Discharge, which is a build style that everybody should know about. It's a very strong build that allows you to go very defensive while still maintaining a very high damage amount. Yo, Colonel Sander, thanks for 122 months, 10 years, and climbing. All right, be back in just a minute for the continuation of this 1.0 Nova Drift stream. And a hidden power run. That or a darts run. I guess I'll decide during break. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience during that brief one. Debating draft mode here or not. I think I'll hold off on Annihilation until we have all of the unlocks done. Because we don't really get any score modifier for this, other than there being more champions, so like slightly more score. No, let's build it up from base here. This is a build I think everybody should just know, because it's a really strong one, and it's really easy to build. I'm going pulse because we're going to drop our weapon via hidden power, so might as well. So orbital shield would be my preference, but other shields are definitely viable here. Let's just do the build we want, which is orbital shield. What does Sentinel have? 10% shield effect power, 10% shield damage resistance. We're going to use Firefly for this, which has self-damage resistance as well. I just goofed this. Hold on, we'll start over. I want to use Viper for this one. Firefly is better once we have Celestial Lance unlocked, and then we can really maximize that self-damage resist. Viper is a bit of a badass because plus 50% ignite damage. So way more damage from our main source, which will be burn. Hey, no reroll yet. And there's Viper. Okay, when you take a hull hit, you disgorge Venom Strike projectiles towards the offender. Venom Strike projectiles deal 90 burn damage a second. When you crash head-on, you release up to 24 Venom Strike projectiles, increased by 2% per your level. This effect has a 2-second cooldown and strengthens the longer you have not crashed head-on up to 10 seconds. Head-on crash damage resist, ignite damage. We can more or less assassinate the early bosses with the Viper Strike if it's fully charged. It's real good. Like regeneration. I don't know if I'm ready for regenerative shields, but it's not really going to hurt you. Oh, I kind of whiffed on that one. The projectiles went a little bit sideways. There we go. That's how you want it. Get spritzed. I'm going to take adaptive armor. I'm going to take shield cooldown because discharge is the thing that activates us being able to take hidden power. Even though hidden power removes our weapon, we still have the ability to discharge, which is part of the hidden power mod. An important thing to know. Okay, definitely a slipstream than offensive here. I'm gonna want that. I'm gonna roll. And we're gonna take volatile shields here because it puts discharge in the pool. So in order to get hidden power in the pool, we need 4 sources of damage that are not our weapon. Right now we have the Viper ship's passive ability. We have the orbs on the shield. Then we'll have discharge as well. I think we have one more. We might need one more for hidden power, but we have at least 2 right now. There it is. When you fire, your shield discharges bolts of energy that burn nearby targets. Discharge deals more damage and has greater effect reach with slower firing weapons. Zip zap. When we take hidden power, we downgraded to a blaster weapon, so our lightning won't be as effective, but it will be a lot more damage. It's not usually how lightning works, but it is a plus 40% global damage for taking hidden power. Yo, Angry Hunter, thanks for 6 months. Enjoy your lurk, man. Enjoy that. Blowing my nose here, 1 sec. All right. We good. All right, it's going to keep it cooler. Going to take efficiency, regeneration, shield cooldowns, all good stuff. We're only firing very briefly with pulse, so not a big downside there. Okay, I do want Gemini Protocol, but not before we have Omni Shield with the regenerative shield. Definitely not. Kinetic Boost is take here. Kinetic Boost can continue boosting our damage, even if we light something on fire with discharge. If we zip away, that damage gets increased via the global damage modifier. Chaotic Ambition is tempting. I'm going to say not yet. Let's grab improved thrusters. All right, here's hidden power. We're probably just going to take it now. Plus 40% global damage, 5% maximum whole shield, shield effect radius, shield effect power, and thrust, 10% faster shield cooldown and regeneration. Banishes all non-wild weapon and construct upgrades from the upgrade pool and returns an upgrade point if you purchase weapon gear. Also give us a massive banish list right now. All that stuff no longer in the pool, so we're all skinnied up to get the things we want, like Omni Shield right now. Way to disgorge on that asteroid there, Mr. Viper. Sure showed that rock who was boss. It's you. Here we go, reflexive shields. Now each time we discharge, you'll see there's a lance shooting forward. When we damage ourselves, we get to choose the direction the reflexive shields go off. Otherwise, it just does return damage onto enemies. Oh, man. Okay, let's pop you, though. Oh, stop it. Stop it. That was really dumb. Listen here, man. Okay, here's Omni Shield, plus 55 base shields, 50% shield damage resistance, shield effect power. While your shield is on cooldown, has greater resistance to cooldowns and delays from taking damage. Minus 85% maximum hull. But the minus hull definitely hurts. It's an overall stat down, but our shield becomes much more durable. And the benefit here is that the more damage we take on the shield, the larger the orbs become temporarily, and those can sweep away projectiles. So it has a huge defensive value, having all of that damage going to the shield. By the time we take almost full shield damage, we're completely surrounded by orbs and projectiles can't touch us, more or less. Sometimes less. Okay, there's no deflagration in the pool, so I think maybe these are not being taken this time. I'll go ahead and take last stand here, where you destroyed a massive blast, levels your enemies, you're reborn with minus 6% maximum hull and shields. It's something to take anyways. I'm going to take Streamline, but I'm also going to take Deadly Wake, because Viper especially has a 50% ignite, so a Deadly Wake, even better pick. Okay, I'm going to take a Galvanic Outburst here. The other mods also look good, but if we've established we're not taking the Blast Tree, then we definitely have wild mods to take. All right, Gemini Protocol. Gonna split our damage between our hull and shields, but not actually kill us. Won't drop us below 1. And let us take advantage of Adrenal Module here later. Will be at essentially perpetual 25% global damage. Sounds great. And mind, you don't have to use Viper for this build. You can really use any ship type. Sentinel works good, Firefly. Any of them, really. Probably not Carrier, because you lose your Swarm constructs. I'm going to take Bravado here. It's definitely a risk, but we get 7.5% ignite damage and better generation of Viper Strike projectiles. Some good upside there. Stabilization is acceptable. Not exciting, but acceptable. A lot of good stuff here. Take Candescence for now, working towards Dying Star, which would be our next biggest damage increase. Also, more or less 20% bonus damage right now. Oh ho ho ho, get bopped. Get assassinated by the Viper. Corrosion isn't inefficient here. There's also Rebuke. Let's take Rebuke. Now, when we do end up getting Dying Star, it's going to perpetually shoot off these armor stack projectiles that'll hit enemies for a decent damage and apply vulnerability, which only amplifies our burn. Only level 25, still pretty early here. Shield effect radius is pretty good. I'd like to banish the blast radius, though. Shield effect radius into focus shields. I think that's actually too good to pass on. Let's take the shield effect radius here. Maybe we'll get regression when there's only blast radius in the pool. By taking this level 1 mod, it makes that more likely, is regression only banishes tier 1 mods. Essentially closes off trees. That's a nice banish. Force shielding, yes. 20% self-damage resist. That's the damage we're dealing when we fire hidden power. And will also be the damage we're dealing with Dying Star. Okay, are we ready for Dying Star? I think we might need to get Purification before I take this, though. Okay, 12 self-damage a second. Let's look at some stats here. Our shields have 33% self-damage resist. Okay, we're at 8 self-damage a second. And 16% damage resist. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. We probably are able to divert some into the hole as well, but I think before we take this, we want to take Purification, which will give additional regeneration for each burning enemy, which will be all enemies once we have Dying Star. Agility looks fine to take here, as does Slipstream. I normally take the Purge side of this tree, but I'm going to go Corrosion here. It's going to add some damage. Not a lot, but enough. Also, one more self-damage to this mod, like Masochism, would go a very long way right now. With shield cooldown, this build almost certainly holds steady with Dying Star, but I'd like to be a little bit more prepared to take on that much self-damage. Put us in a pretty weakened state right now defensively, which we don't need to do because we're already killing stuff. And there it is, Purification. Oh no, not minus weapon damage, the weapon we can't use. Disgorged. Ooh, the Viper is a mean ship. Green lane's totally cool, just not necessary right now. Let's take agility. Okay, we have Purification. I'm gonna take Dying Star now. So it's gonna make everything around us burn. And yeah, we're holding steady. If we start taking damage, you'll see the reduction in our regeneration. Yeah, we're basically holding even and then waiting for shield cooldown. That's fair. You can kind of utilize shield cooldown instead of self-damage resist. So more of both would not hurt. Blink would be nice. Let's go ahead and grab Blink now. If we have either Blink or Strafe, we're feeling a lot better about the Wave 120 Star Eater. Okay, Blink and Strafe, though? Why not? Grab Focus Shields here. So this pulls the orbs closer to our ship, so there's less gapping for projectiles. And hit him with the old burn inject there. Oh, man. That was a bad Viper strike, but I did it. Boom, get roasted. I think getting Dying Star before Wave 120 is a pretty good goal. It's a lot of damage on the huge amount of segments the boss has. How many projectiles are we saving here? Like about 8 at a time we can get built up. That's nice. You know, banishing Hull Strength works. I'm not going into this tree for sure. Out of these choices, I'm looking at Scorching Wake or Streamline. I'll take Streamline. "25% more thrust isn't going to be wrong, and we're not relying on total hull at all. Feels good. I'm gonna grab Strafe here now. Like it. Now we're feeling pretty zippy. We're ready for Wave 120 for sure. Yo, Destrina, 132 months. It is 11 years indeed. Thank you so much. What a massive show of support. 11 years. 1-1. Oh no. Did I just die there? Oh heck, I did. I got so greedy there, guys. Maybe the greediest I've ever been. GG. I just wanted to apply more Viper Strike projectiles. That's all. That's all I wanted. Ooh, we just got Courser unlocked and Singular Strike. Alright, alright. Deflagration also unlocked. Beautiful. So we're kind of all ready for darts. Let's do a Courser Darts Warp Strike build. That'll be a hoot. Maybe even Mirage. We'll see how the run goes. Give me just 1 sec here, and then we'll start the run. All right. Thank you so much for your patience there. We're getting started. We're going to be doing Courser Warp Strike Darts. Also, I missed what we unlocked on the last one. No, I didn't. Hold on. We got Deflagration, Singular Strike. Maybe Deflagration is next? Yeah, that's right. We have Burnout Reactors now, too. Well, I just had the thought if we're dealing burn damage with darts, there's probably a way we can go for the Omni Shield version of this darts build. Oh man, Euro MD with 132 months. Pink Demon 1, thanks for 55 as well. Almost back-to-back 11-year subs, guys. Almost. That's spicy. Alright, so it's kind of cooked up a bit of an idea in my head here. I'm gonna go for it. I almost always run these style builds with Essence Sap, and Essence Sap does make a lot of sense. So what are we getting out of having Omni Shields if I do it this way? We're getting a much higher shield count, that's for sure. We get some decent passive regeneration out of it. We get the ability to maybe try to go Dying Star. Alright, I'm sold. I'm going to go Orbital here. Reflect's also good. Siphon can work for Omni Shield as well. I just like these cool minty blue projectiles. They look cool. And we're looking for Courser. I'm going to use another reroll here. Alright, so Courser fires funky. It's got side cannons. Definitely a little bit of a difficult ship to conceptualize, but I recommend practicing with it. It's not too bad. You do have the indexing from the 2 lines coming out of the side of the ship for your fire angle. It's a different play style for certain. Okay, Revelation, I'll take that first. I'd say on most Courser builds, not all, you end up going for Warp Strike because then you can access both sides of the firing cannons at once. It's a common objective for Courser and other multi-cannon ships for that matter. Oh, wow. 3 times Challenger? I mean, I want to, but with no other upgrades, it's almost certainly death. It's early enough, I'm going to try, but I gotta wait for the right moment to do this. It's going to be like right as this boss is about to expire is our moment. Boss is down. Actually, really fortunate set of challengers, being all 3 this enemy. This is manageable. We are going to get 1 level for each one of these we kill, which is great. There's 1. Egg boost sounds fine. What I want is targeting right now. Starter. Targeting takes us to a whole different place here. But not only do we get the level up from killing them, we also get the level up from or their XP rate. Okay, mine's fine. Yeah, I kind of think I am in a barrage here, just for a fun run. Let's go ahead and take focus fire. I don't know. I hesitate even saying that. No deflag yet, huh? I'm gonna do a roll here. Okay, there's targeting. Much easier to hit stuff now. Well, that was awesome. I survived early triple challenger. That's amazing. This is the exact damage we're looking for. Projectile size is a large part of damage for darts. Okay, we're taking Proof Thruster, take any piece of Warp Strike we see now. So you get to Blink and Snipe, so Velocity Snipe, Blink, Deadly Wake, or Streamline. Maybe Streamline in this case if we're going to go Omni Shields. I have 6 projectiles right now? I do. Oh yeah, I mean, Discord orbs are looking pretty keen here. I'm in. Okay, I'll take elegant construction for now. There's no way we don't take that. For a second, I thought that was another challenger, but it's not. It's not. All right, Splinter is really good on darts. I'm gonna take it. Maybe lower single target damage, but as far as clearing big waves, almost a necessity. And in some cases, it is better single target damage. Okay, there's Velocity, piece of Warp Strike. Splinter activates the darts when the enemy dies with the darts stuck in it. It's got some very cool effect later when we get a lot of darts stuck in a single enemy. Very visually pleasing. Ooh, Mine Specialist, yes. Looks like I just taken my hoodie off. It's got warm down here. All right, we back. Yo, Pink Unit 1, thanks so much for that gift a few minutes ago. Welcome back, Thurnberger. Additional pair for every 5-year weapon. Okay, so this is fine. We're getting 4 extra dart projectiles from that. That's sweet. They're very temporary, but still adding damage. Didn't overview the darts tooltip, but basically they deal damage over time if they stick in the enemy, and they deal percentage more damage for every dart stuck in the enemy. So these little ones could be adding percentage of damage to the bigger ones. It's a nice effect to have. Oops, all dead. Oops, all dead. Do love me some good dart builds. Let's take payload here for just the raw damage. Just 30% weapon damage and then plus projectile size. Even taking the fire rate down into account, it's well over a 30% damage increase for darts. Alright, there's Snipe, another piece of Warp Strike, love it. Yeah. I'm going charge mines. Maybe I don't want burnout reactors. Definitely see that being the case. Uncle plays. I'm currently playing with mouse and keyboard, though I've also played several hundred hours with controller. They're both great control schemes. I'm kind of tempted just to drop my shield now. I said I was going to try Omni Shield on this build, but the more I think about it, the less desirable Omni Shield becomes. Maybe with Essence Sap, Gemini Protocol, we can take Dying Star. That's a tough one. Need a lot of mods to make that happen. Not convinced I can take Dying Star with Omni Shield right now either. The shield cooldown would probably keep us there. Might just binge that idea for a second. Let's worry about our next supermod after Warp Strike. Okay. You know what? I am going to take Streamline here. I want to get Blink in the pool. And I will go Omni Shield. I'm going to try to make this work. Whether it will or not, we'll see. It's the worst that happens. We play more video games we enjoy. That'd be tough. Gonna go... I'm going Omni Shield, I should go Regeneration. If I'm going Regeneration, I don't need to go Essence Sap. Okay, let's talk ourselves into that. Not better than Rapid Fire right now, but we don't technically need damage. Yet. Just tried to blink there. Don't have that skill, though. We're getting places. There we go. Oh, 15% rate of fire is not wrong. Rebuke's also not wrong here. Channeling sounds better at the moment. At least for this opening try. Okay, there's Blink. Warp Strike is now in the pool. Level 25, a little later than we prefer, but not doing bad. The mod pool is not overcrowded with super mods either, so it's likely we see it though not guaranteed. It does not lock the other side, C-Man. The only thing that locks mods is the banish mechanic, which will be very clear when things are being banished. Alright, Candescence is lots of damage. 20% burn damage. Darts isn't all burn damage, but the damage being applied after they stick in is burn. And we're attempting to go for Dying Star, so we're going to need that. Also, the corrosion mod is an insane amount of damage on darts, just with how they deal damage. Do want. Might as well take charged mines now. Or loaded mines, rather. Warp Strike is on deck, so no time like the present. Yo, there's Warp Strike. Okay, projectiles can screen wrap once. Less weapon targeting. Minus rate of fire. Still going to be way more damage right now this way. Well, triple shot is a lot of projectiles here. I'm going to go for it. Way more projectiles per mine and a lot more output overall for us. Even though there's a delay between bursts, the total amount of projectiles per second goes way up. Big bada boom. Okay, shield durability. Okay, we're going to take corrosion right now because corrosion is a ton. I mean a ton of damage. Really great versus anything segmented. Warbringer comes to mind in the boss class that gets pretty destroyed by corrosion. Big bada boom. I think masochism here is in line with what we're trying to do on the build. We get more damage. The more damage we are, we get 8% self-damage resistance, which is going to be massive if we end up in that dying star. Need Omni Shield before we even consider that. Yo, Anthony, thanks for 49 months. Much appreciation. Thank you, thank you. This Banish is not terrible. Guidance is overall pretty good on darts, though it does decrease the effectiveness of the lifetime of darts, more or less. I don't know. I'm going to take Barrier. I'm going to get Omni Shields in the pool. I want to see it. That was close. Okay, regenerative shields, I'm in. Okay. Probably not worth re-rolling over Warpath. Stabilization's looking pretty juicy too, but Warpath is Warpath. It's fire rate for killing enemies up to 30%. Unlikely it'll ever be at 30%, or very rarely be at 30%. Anything that has wave after wave, which is pretty much everything, we're getting some portion of fire rate up from Warpath. I'm going to say it probably averages out to 10%, maybe a bit higher. Part of me wants to go barrage, but I'm not sure I make all the things I want here. I'm gonna roll. Here's one more roll. Yeah, some good picks here. I think I'm going to take Omni Shield before I take Purification. This is a big damage up, though. Yeah, let's take Omni now. Let's get committed to this before I find another reason to delay it. I almost always run these dart builds as whole, so I'm curious to see how this works out. I'm curious to see if I can pull off Dying Star while in darts. I don't see why not. We'll have severely reduced defensive capabilities, but a lot more damage. Sounds like a good time for everybody, except for my enemies. They're gonna burn. Yo, what's up, Mr. Smee? This run was almost Railgun Barrage, man. Almost. I'm gonna roll here. Alright then. I'm gonna take stabilization now. Certainly strafe would be it. This fight often gets a little weird with darts because you're damaging both sides, so very often this boss gets to the point where it's generating projectiles as the outer pieces break off first. Or corrosion can just do its thing if it happens right. It's pretty good right now. Ooh, Barrage Antimatter. Sounds dangerous and also really cool. Okay, Gemini Protocol. We are now ready to take Dying Star. We can get it appearing. Just need core shielding first, I think. Have the other prerequisites. Or prerequisite, as it is. Yeah, this won't be the fastest fight, but it will be steady. Also ready for auto fire darts now. Yeah, it's really awesome, that man. Hey, Eric's got a great grasp on art, if you ask me. Really clean. I don't want to be here right now. Alright, phase 2 beginneth. Phase 2 is very similar to phase 1. He's a little bit faster and has one more attack in each set of pattern. Heck. Oh, that was scary, man. Yeah, it's true, Frontal. Don't poke the porcupine. Gonna have bad time. Alright, we take Leaf on the Wind here. The longer we avoid enemy damage, the higher our global damage goes, up to 50% global damage. Now, we will be taking damage on this build, but even after a few seconds of not taking damage, we're back at like 10%, so it very quickly amplifies upon itself. Leaf on the Wind's an amazing damage mod, and minus 10% size is a great defensive value. I think it's a pretty fair regression. I'll take it. Okay, Purification, sure. Hoping we make Dying Star this run so I can feel if it's viable. I could open up a few different style builds. Maybe Viper on this train. Could be some huge burn numbers. Oh, charge mines as well. Be big. Oh yeah, give me the loot. Well, give me the stonks as well. I'm in. 4 times an extra cursive wild mobby take. I don't know what that is, but something. Maybe just Scorching Wake. That'd be a cool one. Would love some more incidental damage here. Yeah, I need core shielding to get Dying Star, so I should choose either Rebuke or Channeling at this time. I'm going to go for Channeling for regeneration and shield effect power. I'll take the defensive mod here. Love the way darts look. So pretty. I think one of the only times I haven't gone into Essence Sap with darts. Regeneration right now, 5? Okay. Not as nice as you like, but it's there. Oh man. Okay, so 4 times Twin Strike is like looks incredibly desirable from a damage standpoint. But if I take this, I definitely cannot take Dying Star because I will lose 28% recovery value, which is unacceptable right now. I'm gonna roll here. Okay, there's Core Shielding. Dying Star is officially in the pool. And on that note, we've been going for 6 hours today. I'm just going to stand up, stretch my legs real quick, use the restroom, grab some water. Encourage you to do the same. Be back in just a minute for some more Nova Drift action, starting with Core Shielding, going for Dying Star, and maybe some other shenanigans on this run. Be right back. All right, I am back. Thank you for your patience during that brief intermission. Just got some water stretched out real quick. Okay, here we go. We are definitely picking for shielding here. For shielding is 20% self-damage resist. That's going to allow us to even attempt to take Dying Star. It's certainly an objective of this run. Let's roll here. There it is, Dying Star. Okay, ignite everything in a huge radius. The ignite damage increase proportionally to your proximity to targets and your missing hull and shield. So we're going to be on one hull. It'll be about 50% active. And then plus burn and ignite damage. 12 self-damage a second. It's diffused here, but you can see that our regeneration is fighting against and barely keeping the shield up. So instead of working with self-damage resist or stacking that, we're going to work on shield cooldown here. Shield is going to go kind of slow because we're constantly firing, but it does replenish itself fully each time that bar goes through. If I get real low, I kind of want to stop firing to get that bonus. Not only do you get a malus for firing, but we also have a bonus for not firing, an efficiency additional 20%. So if I stop firing, I have a 6.58 second shield cooldown. If I am firing, wow, that's a lot. Fair enough. We'll just play real good. Easy. So I think the Essence Sap version of this build is a lot more efficient in terms of how it heals, but it does not allow the taking of Dying Star very effectively. All in all, this is interesting and quite powerful because Dying Star adding burn damage only helps the darts in their job of making things burn and blow up. Nice job, darts. I do want to take my stonks here. I mean, 20% shield effect power means the orbs go up way faster. I think this is actually a pretty effective pick. I'm going to go for it. I think we're at a use it or lose it moment in this run. Nice. Later, taters. Okay, I don't really... I got lucky on that one. Let's leave it at that. That gap that I just split, better lucky than good. I ended up in an okay position after a very tough start to that wave. Yeah, the soft cap for builds is really around 55 Paranoiac. Once you start getting into the high 40s, the levels slow down considerably. While you just get some, they're much less frequent. You're not getting any level up style mods, maybe closer to 50. We do have the challengers here. Still some meat left in this run. Okay, well, if I'm not going charge shot, which I haven't yet, I might as well take self-destruction and put burnout reactors in the pool. This would super increase the amount of darts we're getting per mine and our rate of mine production. Sounds like damage. Those dang shredder mines. Get off my lawn. Yo, Fresh Ninja, thanks so much for 10 months. Appreciate that Prime continuation. Thank you. Thank you all for all the ways you support this content, keeping us full-time and sustainable here in our 12th year. No pop-ups, alerts, or sponsored gameplay. Y'all amazing. Appreciate this experience every single time we stream. It is awesome. Nice. Stole that XP from the singularity for sure. I'll go agility. Turn radius is pretty fantastic to have, I'll admit. Wow, you know, I'm actually pretty stoked about that. Thanks, Singularity. That was awesome. Out here solving problems. Love to see it. Pretty good build for this guy. Splinter is generally pretty effective versus any mass spawner. That's what Dweller does. Big money burn damage. Dusting. Oh, snap. Bless, man. That was really hard to dodge. Super nasty waves on this run. Thanks for the challenge game. I appreciate it. Okay, reroll here. Okay, Adrenal Module is awesome. It's be 25% global damage, more or less, because we're going to be on one hull from Dying Star. It's 25% or more bonus damage as our shield goes down. Oh, here we go again. Listen here, I don't want to get double railgun. Calm yourself. Ooh, look at him going through the mines. That's so nice. See, the coil phase is where we are the weakest right now, or maybe not the weakest, the most endangered. We have like a critical failure in the dodging here. There's going to be a problem. he got me. Fair enough. I gotta say, for having a dying star there, the damage was a little more lacking than I thought it'd be. Ooh, weapon mastery. Research body, charge shields. Lots of goodies here. And our next unlock reward is infusion. Still our third best run of the day, not bad. Only a few unlocks remaining now. Take a look at the super mods, maybe target a build. Okay, I think I'm going to do a run as battery, and we're going to do huge railgun charge mines. That's the build. Now, I wouldn't really say it's a beginner build, but we've done a lot of very straightforward builds today. Okay, no, we're going to do one more really solid build here, which is the build we kind of did last time we played. It's going to be Zoo Engineer with Interceptor Sword Allies. So we're going to be Engineer that takes allies and turrets, but does not take drones. And then we'll go pretty heavy into that. I'm going to take a very quick stretch for my hands here, though. Our ads are also about to play. Let those play. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. It does support me a lot. If not, I totally understand. Regardless, we'll be back here in just a few minutes for another run of Nova Drift. I think you'll like this build, and this build is also, I think, a very good if you're a newer player to the game and you have swords unlock with Engineer. It's pretty easy to pull off and quite fun. Yo, Rick on 80, thanks for 3 months. Appreciate that Prime continuation. Okay, be back in just a minute for another run of Nova Drift here on 1.0 release day. Heck yeah. All right, I am back. think you're going to like this build. The real question we got to answer now is what color swords do we want? We went purple last time, and it did look pretty darn good. What color swords? Orange swords could be cool. Warp would be like bubblegum swords. I'm gonna go for temporal here. I think temporal has the least amount of conflict with enemy projectiles. Like every shield color has a downside because it shares, you know, projectile color or enemy color with something. Purple doesn't share it too much. Here's Engineer. Engineer also gets an additional pair of swords because they have +1 advanced construct, gives them an extra cannon. Whoa, starting with stonks. Let's do this, man. Okay, I'm going to take regeneration right now. The sooner we get the shield out of the mod pool, the easier the climb goes. So drones is better, but double swords is more than enough to slap down the early game. There's swords in space. What more do you need? All right, nice. Rapid reconstruction, dropping our shield. Also banish all the shield mods from the pool so we don't see any of these anymore. Simplifies our build order considerably. Okay, we are not going drones this time. Almost forgot. Count as a basic construct? Yes, it does. So we are going to take mines. Mines will be nice right now because it gives a little more field coverage. Ooh, swords of mean. Get up in there. Oh man, the next recursive wild we choose is gained 6 times if we take this. So we take 3 and gain 6 versions of one wild mod. What wild mod would we even want 6 of? Double tap Phantom Strike could be a thing, sure. I have a hard time taking double tap with swords. They're already kind of slow, and the uptime of the area around them, I think, is their best feature. I guess it's going to be 6 times Slipstream, almost certainly. Though I'm in no rush to have to take the wild mod. We can just wait. It does kind of feel like if I'm going to take this, I should take it now, so I get used to the minus 42% friction. I'm going to take 6 times Slipstream here. I'll be looking forward to having stabilize in the pool. I'll manage. Cool start, man. Okay, here's allies. We are taking those. Stabilization is going to be cool. We're a bit slippery now. Almost like we're 42% slipperier or something. Here's Interceptor. Let's do it. Look at this lad. He's also got swords. get them. Like a little team of space squids. I love this game set in a biomechanical universe. Pretty cool. Kind of tempted to try the wingman version of this right now. Yeah, we're going for a support specialist on this one, Destrina. So the mines will just kind of be a splash. We're going to take mines, loaded mines, and probably not even minefield. The problem with taking wingman interceptor is that kind of makes the interceptors worse because you have them tied to your ship and then inevitably stuff hits you and kills them, where they're pretty good at dodging otherwise. I think this is good, like the best case scenario is on like darts where you want all of the things hitting one target and you can control what they're hitting. But for this build, outmaneuver is the better version. I do imagine a wingman working very good for quite a while, and I think it'll eventually just fall off somewhere. Nice landscape go. That sounds good. Architect wingman is, I think, a little more sensible because you're only controlling the one ally. I like that. Yeah, I'm not going to take propulsive munitions on this one. Let's go into kinetic boost. Sounds like a good time, Flinks. Enjoy that run when you get there. Take turrets. Also not take turrets, but turrets are a huge improvement in damage for a pretty small investment. It's like 3 points into turrets and they're pretty slapping late game. Alright, nice. Overpower. Your interceptor fires your weapon more frequently. +2 interceptor explosive rounds. Ow. Okay, here we go. War Machine. Imagine you spawn into the sector and then you have a bunch of little guys with swords just all over you. Dang, that's tough. Pretty bad day to be this guy is all I'm saying. Set him up with Echo Strike next. Plus fire rate on the ally is real good. Oh, they're so good. Alright, Evolution. Now get Vital Bond, which will pass portion of our regeneration onto the drones, and will be very good. It'll keep our turrets up indefinitely. You know, until something kills them. Okay, Priority 0 leads to support specialist. Gonna take that. See, it's better if you don't stand directly in the explosions. I know you don't understand that because you're just allies, but please, calm down with that. Do I care about adaptive armor? Am I re-rolling here? Am I rolling here? Alright, there's stabilization. I'm going to take it. That's going to be nice. We're super floaty right now, and at least we can tap the brakes. Means that our decreased friction is almost all upside now. Yeah, counter artillery is good. Plus turret maximum hull rate of fire, rotation speed, and damage. Yeah. Try manual deploy turrets here. We're gonna eat a couple of cashews here. One sec. All right. Yum. And I've decided I want this on J right now. I'm a tactical link. I suppose overclock is good too. That'd be really fast with wingman. Just fire rate's tempting here too. Yep, let's take this to start getting support specialist. Overclock's not going to be bad overall. No vital bond yet. It's in the pool. There's too much stuff here to take to actually use a reroll. But what's best? I like agility here. Rotation speed definitely counts for something on swords. Yikes, that's scary. Looking pretty good here. Loaded mines are really going to beautify this build and add a lot of damage too. I'm just going to auto-deploy turrets here. A vital bond. Okay, so now our turrets are getting 70% of our regeneration, which is currently 6 a second. They are dying ever so slowly. We can get this to the point where they are being healed through their 5 damage a second, though, for sure. Orbs of Discord easy. Okay, through thrusters. Even though we have slipstream 6 times, more thrust is better. I think I'm going to take magnitude here. I mean, 50% weapon damage, and the stats are good. That's for us and our allies. The sword damage is not an insignificant source of damage, that is for sure. Okay, support specialist. Minus maximum hull and shields. So we get plus 25% construct rate of fire and plus construct assembly speed. And we only have turrets and allies, so it's only well, it's minus 8% hull and shield, which is not nothing, but pretty big benefit for it. And the allies doing damage much faster. Ooh, I almost died to that. Heck. Kind of craving essence sap here. Yikes. Okay, here's loaded mines. This will help. We're just kind of missing the defensive end of this. We'll get there. Only level 28. Sword mine's so pretty. Plus regeneration here while we're not firing. I think that's a big yes. Yeah, let me read the tooltip on swords here. Damage increases your speed does and scales with 25% of crash damage modifiers. Okay, so carrier sword is a lot of damage in the sword then. Damage 150 plus 5 per level. Alright. Yora, thanks for 9 months. Appreciate that Prime continuation. Glad you could make it today. %30 weapon damage. Let's take the rapid fire for right now. That is a lot nicer feeling. I believe I'm in auto fire mode now. Ooh. I feel like if I take the +5 levels, lose all rerolls, I'm going to have some dud pages. It's like elegant construction. That's definitely good for us. Chip chop, chip chop. I'm rolling here. Well, actually, maximum hull is really good because that increased our total regeneration and, you know, the maximum amount of hull we have to live with. Swords were added 2 updates ago in the Vorpal update. We went Vorpal, Glistering, and then 1.0. Juggernaut's also kind of tempting. That's actually not so great. I'm gonna take payload now. I think 30% weapon damage is a pretty self-explanatory pick. Definitely thinking working towards barrage. Let's take strafe for now, though. Movement's got to be king on this build. Ooh, we're slippy right now. That is really nice. We're having so much less friction, we get up to max speed on the strafe almost immediately, so it's really effective. Sword damage also scales with speed here, which is nice. Deadly Wake it is. Wave 120. Damage is pretty alright. Nothing special, but not bad. That's definitely a bug. There we go. But his head's off screen somewhere, but the body is still on. Alright then. I accept. It's gonna take a minute. We're just gonna swipe him to death, though. Yeah, never seen anything like this. Not even all the time playing the beta. Definitely an oddity. Enjoying my coffee here. Yum. Get decapitated and then chopped into a million pieces, you stinky star eater. There you are. That was a weird one. I think we're fast enough. The Juggernaut sounds good. It also increases our regeneration up to 10 a second now. Let's go. Singular Strike definitely isn't getting taken here, but being tankier sounds good because we're still pretty darn quick with the strafe. Constructs take 8 whole damage a second. It's not like we're that far off of sustaining them. We will get additional 30% assembly speed and construct rate of fire as well. That seems not bad. We're also talking about how nice Essence Sap would feel. Not convinced we're here yet on this. I'm gonna do a roll. I'm gonna roll again. We're gonna take Blink. They're pretty good right now. Whoa. Alright, Force Armor Suite, 10% hull damage resist, that's us. We are definitely taking hull damage right now. Ooh, let's not stand in that tracer. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna roll here. I hesitate on taking Void Slaves because with the 6 slipstream, strafe is really what's holding the run together. I think we're gonna go for the self-destruction. We can create turrets and allies pretty fast as is. Get another 30% on that, and they're only gonna be taking 1 damage a second, more or less. Not like they're just gonna die immediately. Got some time. Okay, here we go. Or I've played several hundred hours with both control schemes. They're both good. Both great, in fact. All right. Adjusted here. I think that absorption sounds pretty good. It's flat damage reduction. Won't be harmful. We're going to continue taking damage. Not bad. One cycle dreadnought. Feels good, man. Yeah, definitely trekking. Going with the limited mod pool was interesting. I didn't feel like it was overly limiting, but it did influence my build choices. And definitely helped me realize a few things. Okay, let's go ahead and roll. I'm not opposed to nanotech reconstruction. I think minefield is overall pretty positive right now. What do I need to get burnout reactions in the pool? I gotta take Candescence. Let's take minefield for now. We get more sword mines. We get less swords per mine, but their coverage area is kind of their benefit. More so than the amount of damage they do. I guess the nice part about the way they do the unlocks in this game is you're not necessarily locked into a low power level at the start with less mods, just less interactions. Still have a very strong opening build. We did. Crash damage is also weapon damage, so skirmish is all good. All upsides. Okay. Almost leveled here. There it is. What am I looking for right now? Adrenal module is okay. think we take Candescence to put... Well, Charge Shot could also get pretty spicy. I think I don't want to limit my movement right now. I'm happy writing this out. Our damage is pretty okay as well, so makes me less interested in that too. So the goal here is to let red just summon the black hole and it swallows up the other boss. That's the plan. Staying nice and centralized for us. That's great. Or not. Okay, or we kill them both. Perfect. It's getting spicy right now. Spicy good, though. Could target burnout reactors, then also get barrage. I'd be a happy camper. Okay, here's burnout reactors. Let's go. 30% assembly speed for non-shield constructs. Construct rate of fire, movement, rotation, and orbit speed. Self-destruction deals burn damage. Okay, construct rate of fire increases as their hull decreases up to 50% total. Pretty important tooltip. That's a lot more damage on the turrets as they tick down. But they're going to do that real slow right now. They are still healing for a little over 7 a second, so 1 damage a second or so on the allies and on the turrets. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, our assembly speed right now is badass. It's happening. I'm unopposed to the 2% maximum holoseconds. That keeps the allies up for sure. Yeah, I think since we already have burnout reactors, the charge mines would not receive very much of the charge value. So charge mine swords are definitely good. Let's roll here. One more. Oh, Essence Sap wouldn't be less healing. Go ahead and take Terminate here. A lot less boss health overall. And a little bit of fire rate right now. Essence Sap does not stack with regeneration, but your drones are still allowed to use your regeneration stat, but you'll only heal from Essence Sap once you get it. Void Slice is very on theme for this build, but the 6 slipstreams is a little bit counterintuitive to take that. If I lose the ability to strafe, I lose a huge portion of my relocation ability. Hold on. Ooh, that's a lot of burn damage. I never noticed that on the burnout reactors, how much we were getting there. We had like a 10,000 plus burn on just dropping not even max mines when they expired. Oh, look at that. You're missing a segment of your body, sir. What happened? What happened? Yo, Rogue Rhino, thanks for 12 months. Appreciate your alert. Thanks for an awesome year. Per usual, if I ever late to or miss your support, I do sincerely apologize. Don't have any alerts playing in my own ears as part of our no frills format. Appreciate you all very much. Would not have this experience without you, and I never forget it. Okay, manual deploy mines in this build are pretty sweet. Build your own blender in space. Easy. Okay, what's my hull currently at? 178. So if I take Essence Sap, I'm getting like an 80% increase in potential maximum healing. Yeah, they're working very well with the burnout reactors. Slightly talented. Just discovered that ourselves this run. Armor's fine too, but I'll take Essence Sap here. I think overall it should be a net positive for our own healing. Where'd I go? Ooh, I was a little bit south on that. Whoops, all dead. Our 1.7 mil right now, so the run's lit. Well, I don't know what I'm going for here, but it's not this stuff. I don't think we're making barrage on this run. It's like a stretch. I guess Warpath is fine. Plus fire rate for killing enemies. We are killing enemies pretty fast. Scary moment there. Really just kind of viewing my main swords as more of a defensive asset than anything else. It's working out pretty well, using the mines as the offense and the blades as the defense. Ooh, that could have been bad, but it wasn't. How about you don't laser me, bud? Appreciate it. Uh-oh, he's all charged up too. We'll be fine here-ish. All right, 2 mil, surpassing it. Well, might as well take at least one little feller here. That's a great mod to get. Now we get little guys from killing enemies, and those will persist until something kills them because we have Vital Bond. Oh wait, no they won't. We have Burnout Reactors. Well, they're spawning anyways, and when they do, they deal blast damage. No sweat on that one. Usually Vital Bond loves that, but we went the Burnout Reactors here, and I gotta say Burnout Reactors has been pretty effective. Very nice for the turrets on here on Support Specialist. Just like spawning little poppy corns. Swiped him out of existence. Ooh, almost died right there. A lot of hammerheads, man. This hasn't been totally convincing for Essence Sap, I'll tell you. Just imagine if I take Overseer, we get 16 mines. Then we also lose our swords. Probably not. Yeah, realistically, not a bad winnow. Blitz is also okay. I'm gonna take Winnow. I don't really care about any of these mods, and the minus size looks good. If we reach another level, then it's a pretty good spot. Yo, Blade X15, thanks for 129 months. Thank you. Okay, hold on a sec then, bud. Woo! Bulwarks are a real menace on this build because the allies are hitting the front. $27,000. Later, Tater. Hot dog, them dogs are hot. Hot dog. Ooh, lad. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm taking a short break right now. We're 7.5 hours into the Nova Drift release stream. Just gonna stand up, stretch real quick, use the restroom, grab some water, cool off for a minute, stretch my hands and legs, etc. Also have ads that are gonna play here momentarily. If you let those play, thank you so much. Does support me a lot. I really appreciate it. If not, totally understand. Regardless, gonna be back here in just a couple minutes for some more Nova Drift action. Got a really cool swords build going on. Just went over 2.5 mil. Nice. Be right back. Thank you for your patience during that brief intermission. I'm back. I'm stretched. I am getting ready to go. Just fixing a wire here real quick. Right? Yeah, Winnow's definitely not recursive. It's just there to demonstrate that you took it to banish mob. Okay. Getting kind of down to the nitty gritty here. At least we have some roles to work with. Okay, it's been awesome, KSWA. Been playing the 1.0 since this morning. Enjoying the heck out of it. Thanks for tier 2 in 91 months as well, KSWA. Legendary. I don't want to take Burst Fire unless I'm going to make Barrage. It just seems so unlikely we take Barrage here. Double Tap could be okay, though. One more. Yeah, it's just getting tough to take stuff here. I guess Adrenal Module is inoffensive. We take damage, our global damage goes up. We will continue to take damage and then heals. Sure. Yeah, Burnout Reactor Sword's actually been really cool. I'm digging it. Oh, come on. Go into this, Clausius. Oh. There we go. Oh, I got so chunky. I think it's all the damage numbers and all the segments that are doing that. Alright, I'll take my chunky experience and I'll enjoy it. Oh, well shielded, friend. Well shielded, bud. You did that. Oh man, this guy got swiped big time. Big time swipes. That was one spicy wave right there. A little bit scary there, friends. That whiffed? No way. That was like the perfect bait into that mine ball. Love it. Where am I? Okay. Over here, nearly dead, but not quite. I can nearly die all I want. Yo, 3 mil, we did it. Huge run right now. Huge. A roll. One more. Okay, maybe one more, though. Ooh, +5 levels, lose all rerolls. Huge. Taking charge shot would stop me from auto-firing, but it would put charge mines in the pool. I think that's probably a good idea. Charge mines aren't going to be excellent here, but they also won't be terrible. Nah, this is alright. This last stand is inoffensive. Charge mines, there we go. I might auto-deploy the mines again with that. Velocity's not doing much for us. This retribution is something. And then nanotech reconstruction. Taking hypermetabolism here would make our drone stable, but nanotech it is. Whoa, 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 bud. Listen here, man. Ooh, they got me on that one. Fair. That's fair. Okay. Unless Stravy Strikes, Leviathan, Apotheosis, Ataraxia. I think that's everything. Definitely our best run of the day, too. 3.196 million. Well, not bad getting all of the stuff unlocked there. That's cool. All right, we got one more run today. It's going to be the final run. We're going to do Architect, Ally, Wingman, Specialist, Dart. I want to see it in action. What shield are we taking here? I'm going to go Temporal Shield, and we're actually going to use the shield. I don't know, maybe Vital Bond's a really good idea here. Yo, Rothus, thanks for 60 months. Appreciate that. 5 years. Thank you, thank you. Oh, maybe we actually go Apex Machinery with that and keep the Temporal Shield around the ship. Sounds fun, Nomad. Okay, more projectiles for darts. That's not going to be wrong. Five years, Robbins. Heck. Thank you all for that amazing sports day. Really appreciate that. Okay, there's ally. So we can only have one construct at a time on architect. You usually go into mines, but ally is definitely a viable option to almost certainly intercept your ally to get more weapon damage. This would take us out of getting Warp Strike, but I'm okay on that. Thinking that we just go for the Winnow Banish here, get Guardian out of the pool, remove these other things we don't want, remove drones. Yeah, let's keep it weird at the start here. I'm willing to try this without Warp Strike, and that does simplify the build order a lot. All right, Interceptor. Not bad, man. Hit him with the darts. Spritz him. Okay, well, Revelation's the one. Though there's Wingman like we wanted it. It'll come back. Triple next recursive wild mod probably won't come back. Wow, burst fire is actually kind of sick here, the triple burst fire. Moderately disgusting. I mean, yes. I'm going to go double tap here. It's a little bit of delay in firing, but going to be way worth it. Let's go regeneration. A little targeting would be nice. Ooh, ally specialist. There it is. Actually, like, isn't that good if we're going Wingman? I guess the plus hull's okay. It's not bad. It's definitely a bonus. Challenger. Who's challenging? Big ass snake. All right, man. Okay, here's Wingman. Let's go. A really big enemy for this stage of the game. Just a lot of HP, no corrosion or deflag or anything. Okay, here we go. Shield mods out of the pool. Okay, we're not going to go burnout reactors here, so spontaneous generation is actually kind of a cool pick right now. Let's just get overpower going. Let our ally fire our weapon more frequently. Ow. Listen here, bud. Don't do that. It hurts. Will be super cool when I have like targeting and some other stuff to boost this. Just burst fire is working for now, albeit a bit awkward. Okay, definitely vital bond. Means losing our ally will be much less frequent. Oh, Dreadnought. Here's the thing, bud. Okay, I lost my ally there. Okay, there's one cannon down. Not going to be a super quick kill, and that's fine. I mean, the amount of damage that magnitude represents is a lot. What happened to those projectiles? That was interesting. Hey, targeting. You know, I'm just going to snap that up while I can see it. That's certainly going to help things. A lot easier to focus in with that. Splinter is going to be so good here. Man. Well, I already have this. This improves avoidance. This probably takes effect, but even then it doesn't seem worth it here. Go for maximum hull strength. That'll increase our survivability and the total amount of regeneration the ally is getting. Hey there, Oakless. Welcome in. Thanks for being here on Space Whale Monday. Appreciate it. I think I'm going to go for Barrage here. It's pretty spicy, but Barrage Wingman, we can just get up there and be like a little torch. I think I'm going to be a little bit aggressive for what we're trying to do. Let's get like support specialist and stuff going before we decide on that. I'm always firing, so this tree is... I'm going to roll here at 20 rerolls. Okay, there's a spontaneous generation. Let's go. Little fellers for life. Little fellers. Well, gonna roll here. Splinter's good. Fire rate's also very good. Let's go ahead and take fire rate. Not gonna feel bad. Oh, I'm glad you could make it, Oakless. You have a restful rest of your evening. Yeah, and the more I'm doing this, the more I'm leaning towards Barrage. And take little fellers again. Oh, wait, Architect can't use little fellers. Okay, I goofed. That's alright. Oh, wait, I can? I just can't create constructs. The mod can, though. Not an oops at all. Neat. Well, that is very good for our build, then. Okay, we take priority 0 because it's working towards support specialist, which is what we want. Sorry to doubt we have the coverage if we don't have Warp Strike. Gonna find out together. And not opposed. Oh, yeah. Get him, little fellers. Get him. You know, little feller's gonna die here. Okay, tactical link's cool. We're near each other here, so we just got 8% hold damage resist off of that. That's actually kind of huge. Here we go. So we only have one construct here. The Architect. This also does not count against us on the swarm constructs. They're going to also gain 25% construct rate of fire and vulnerability application, but no downsides since they're basic construct. All right, stunks. Let's go. You get 4 twin strike here. Don't worry about it. It's going to happen for us. Oh my god. I mean, we take 4 times spontaneous generation, right, to have 6 little fellers? The amount of little lads is going to be immense. I kind of think it's one of the better things that could have happened here too, because we're lacking screen coverage, and they will do that for us. Okay, let's go corrosion. Wow, I got a lot of little fellers out of that. That was cool. No blinker strafe yet. It's a little bit awkward. So a problem of my own doing, for sure. Oh, crap. Nearly almost dead. That was scary, dang. Okay, regeneration per burning enemy. That's every enemy that has a dart in it. Let's go. Rolling. Yeah. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for, but it's something. Kind of just leaning towards barrage. Absorption into force armor is good too, but it's not going to improve our damage. Okay, let's take this burst fire. They're got a big delay in between firings, but huge amount of projectiles. Nice. All right, let's just in. Water's good. Maybe the best, in fact. We're getting there. There's a lot of ways our damage can increase a lot on this build. We just haven't gotten to them yet. All right, there's one payload. A little bit less fire rate, but a lot more dart damage. I think if we make it to barrage, it's going to look so sweet. I think for a real non-warp strike attempt of this, it has to be barrage. What it feels like currently. And guidance also fine. Okay, there's the other piece. Barrage is now officially in the pool. Barrage will remove this firing of projectiles happening only periodically. It will fire a continuous stream. And barrage and burst fire play very well together, which is what we have. 4 of them. There it is. Okay, let's see how this looks. It looks pretty awesome. Just pointed at stuff and it gets full of darts. That's nice. It's a lot easier to aim, that's for sure. Look at that loot snake. That was epic. Yes, but have you considered big money burn damage? Okay, just checking. Just checking. Firing array is all positives for barrage because we only fire 1 projectile at a time. Definitely a very good mod to get. Look how much bigger the projectiles got. Wow. Firing array amped this up huge. I'd like to get anything mobility related now. Don't really want Quantum Decoherence here with 20 rerolls available. Weapon Mastery does look good, but let's actually work towards one of the abilities here. We'll start with Stabilization. Strafe would be my preference if I have to choose between Strafe and Blink. I was legit worried about this build before I got Barrage, but now that I have it, it's cruising. Oh, my little fellers. Slipstream is kind of movement, but it's not fast enough here. Okay, I'm going to take the improved thrusters. Anything mobility related, I'm all about it. Okay, no blink, no strafe is going to make this tricky. Well, I wasn't trying to accidentally kick you, Daisy Doo, but you did run right over my foot while I was moving around. It was s'more? Oh no, now I feel terrible. That does a lot of damage, holy crap. Holy guacamoles. Yeah, Vortex can knock that off anytime. I was like, the Vortex lasted forever. I wonder if the boss has Rancor. No, I'm stuck inside the enemy. Fair enough. The boss must have Rancor on that attack, so the more you're damaging him, the larger the Vortex gets. Has to be. Yo, Wonko T saying thanks for 110 months. Much appreciation. Thank you, thank you. All right, well, very awesome day of Nova Drift. I enjoyed the entire thing. We got all of the unlocks done on the fresh saves. We got every single thing in the game now. Be back at it again soon. Until next time, keep it dapper and be good to each other. Thank you all for the great questions, comments, conversation, all your support, of course. Be back at it again soon. Discord for updates as always. Until next time, keep it dapper and be good to each other. Have a great one.